you're on blue? Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention, and nothing's working to change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the attitude. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
Sunday night, dude, I took a beating in the baseball world today, boss. It was pretty brutal. Pretty brutal to experience, guys. Those of you who watch baseball, you've been there. All right, it's a first world problem, I will admit. When your only problem is that your baseball team fucked up a game, you're really pretty lucky. All right, let's go. Dude, let's fucking go, boss. Oh yeah, no, if you're a Mets fan, you definitely know what's going on. I mean, dude, I've only been a Mariners fan for like a year, and they went to the fucking championship series. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I fucking forgot to turn the music off. My bad. Right? I've not been a long-term Mariners fan. In fact, I had never watched a full season of baseball until this year. And guys, dude, it's a lot. Like, there's a lot of games. And if you fall in love with the team, every time your team loses, you feel shitty. I don't know, dude. I don't even know if I'm going to like remain a baseball fan long term because the emotional investment is like a lot. I don't know how people who love teams that are like bad, I don't know how you do it, right? You know what I mean? It's like, it's so crazy. And today, though, the Mariners were up 4-1 in the 8th inning. And then inexplicably, we put in like 2 pitchers that inning who just couldn't throw good. And the game just fucking collapsed, bro. Right? You know what I'm saying? Do not limit to one team. Love the sport, not the team. No, fuck that. And I don't roll that way. I fucking love a team. And then I live and die with the team, boss. Right? Yeah. I don't really care about the sport of baseball. I like the Mariners. And I've been a Raiders fan since the 70s. The Raiders fan's been tough. Yeah, Dodgers rule. Yeah, well, I mean, I've always liked the Dodgers because I grew up in LA. But baseball, though, is a little unfair because the lack of a salary cap means that the teams in the big markets with the most money, like, keep winning. That's essentially what's crazy about baseball is you have like the Yankees and the Mets and, you know, they're always going to be good, right? The teams with the big fucking deep pockets. So it's a little different. They don't have to do the whole shuck and jive. You don't care at all about sports, but you love cities. Let's go. Yeah, no, I like the cities. I like investing in a team. And you know what it is? You know, the person who like loves sports, like, you know, I get that. I don't have the time though to like love sports, right? Because that involves like learning a whole bunch of players and all that shit. I just like my team. And I think, you know, I came into them at a particular time that was like really interesting. Right? You're not into sports, not investing emotionally in anything. Yeah. Well, you know what it is though, 𝗙𝗍cie? You know what it is like, for me, and maybe this is like, I don't know, maybe you guys do some version of this, but in order for me to stay passionate, I need a steady stream of inspiration. Okay? And the way I personally, Tommy Harrington, finds inspiration is by having people to root for. Okay? It's like I have to be rooting for somebody like regularly in order to maintain inspiration. Okay? I don't self-generate inspiration. Okay? I generate inspiration through rooting for people, right? And that's where I find sports to be really interesting, because there's like stories. Like even with what Steph says. You ready? Let's look at what Steph says right here. Let me show you. Okay, because I'm not a Saints fan, but Steph said she loved it when the New Orleans Saints won the Super Bowl after Katrina, right? And hold on one sec. Okay. I want to look at fucking, right? You know what I'm saying? And right? So that was in fucking, 2006, right? And hold on. But so check this out though. No, you're right. But so check it out. There was a story that was running like parallel to that, Steph. And sports fans know this. But so what happened was Drew Brees was a quarterback. He was short. Nobody thought he was going to succeed in the NFL. He had some like timing problems with his size. He wasn't adjusting great. He had gone to the San Diego Chargers. He got hurt, okay? And he fucking destroyed his shoulder so bad that he couldn't throw anymore, okay? So what happened was San Diego got rid of him. Their high draft guy had destroyed his shoulder. And Drew Brees, like, got really depressed. And he kind of bottomed out. But then he said, you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity having to relearn how to throw a football, and I'm going to fix my mechanics problems, okay? And so Drew Brees worked with a pitching coach named Tom House, and he relearned how to throw better than before he was injured. And the New Orleans Saints were like, this guy is like, we're going to take a chance on this guy. Nobody wanted to touch him because of his injury. And New Orleans said, we're going to believe in the short guy who believes in himself and is like overcoming. And so they picked him up and he fucking took them to the Super Bowl. And like that is why I get into sports. Not even about the wins, but that human story of a guy who got devastated and was staring down the end of his career. And he said, you know what? I'm gonna get better. I'm going to come back. And like me personally, having, been a swimmer that was maybe going to walk on the UCLA swim team, and then I got hurt. I broke a collarbone and my wrist in a motorcycle accident, and then they put me in the kiddie pool for me to rehab, and I fell apart. I couldn't come back. I quit swimming. I started drinking, and I never got to like get on the swim team, right? Because I didn't have a support system. My parents were alcoholics. I was meant for other things, I guess, rock and roll and some crazy shit. But like in particular, me having caved and having faced down one of those things, like to watch other people like not cave gave me inspiration that like, you know what? I'm not going to cave next time. And like, that's the kind of inspiration that like got me sober, was like seeing people like Drew Brees and shit like that. So I love that stuff. And like, guys, I feel like we're in a moment of this now politically. We have a lot of like forces lining up. You know what I'm saying? We're in the midst of like a Hurricane Katrina level disaster on our national politics. And so that's why I think like getting invested in the people and the stories and the like, the people who break and fall apart, and the people who don't, but realizing that like we're all living those same struggles. And like, sometimes you're Drew Brees and sometimes you're Ryan Leaf. Okay. He was a guy who crapped out, or what's his name? Dude, the huge quarterback for the Raiders, the guy who got fucking addicted to like fucking Robitussin and shit. What was that guy's name? Jamarcus Russell, right? The guy that we thought was going to turn our franchise around, and he didn't make it, right? I mean, it's crazy, dude. So I like that shit. I like those human stories. And it's it's pretty crazy, like when you think about how everybody is like struggling, right? You're describing the atheist faith in the inner self, the inner holy. Well, see, you know what's really interesting is like I'm like an atheist sort of, right? Because I am an atheist in the fact that I don't believe in a deity. I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in a monotheistic thing. But I absolutely am certain that between our electrons and neutrons and protons and all the atomic material whizzing in everything on this planet, that there is like an energy field, a higher power, if you will, that we are all tapped into, which is where ideas come from, where we can draw inspiration from. And I believe that our emotional chemicals sort of fuse with that, and our creativity fuses with that. And so, but it's like it's shared, okay? It's like the air we breathe. It is shared. It is an energy field that is us, okay? It is all the people and all the animals and the air and the earth and just all the atomic material on this earth, that we're tapped into the same energy because we're all built from the same shit, right? Protons, neutrons, electrons. That's it. We're all made of the same thing. Every single thing you see, and right, it is all the same thing. So we're like tied together. You know what I'm saying? We're like, and so I do believe in that energy field. I call it the universe, right? I use that phrase a lot. My son does say that I have a religion. It's just a religion of my own creation. My son calls it a religion. He refers to it as a religion, right? It is a type of faith. And somebody said it sounds like Buddhism. It is similar to Buddhism. Like Buddhism, I've studied Buddhism, and Buddhism is not a religion. It's just a philosophy of harmonizing and awareness, okay? And so there's no deity in Buddhism. There's no religion. There are, precepts. There are like ideas to strive for, but you're not required to maintain those ideals. You're not required like, oh, if you don't do this, you're falling short, you're bad, you're sinning, you're going to hell, whatever. There's no punishment in Buddhism. In Buddhism, the whole thing is simply to try to live a life of harmony with yourself and your surroundings, right? The other people, the planet. And it is about awareness of the energy around you and but there's not like required behavior. But Buddhism is really fascinating. And again, if you can do Vipassana, okay, the meditation, it's so good. Dude, it's so good. Like Vipassana, like changed my life. Okay, I'm serious. Vipassana meditation was the first thing that like after I got sober, it fucking, got me in touch with my ego in a way that I was able to finally start letting go of it, or harnessing it more for good. Dude, it's amazing, right? You think it'd be cool if consciousness is involved with dark matter somehow? Yeah, I don't really know much about dark matter, but here's what I do know, guys. What I do know, and I believe this is a problem we run into with human beings and their religious thing, okay? So guys, you ready for this? If you look at like MAGA Christians, they believe that like their religion makes them good and that everything bad in the world is evil. But the problem we run into, and this is a problem with religion and why so many people in religions are terrible people, is the fact of the matter is all the light and all the darkness in the whole universe literally exists in each one of us. So when you see somebody like Ted Bundy, the evil that made Ted Bundy do that shit, we all have that in us, okay? And if you really do deep spiritual self-investigatory work, you will find really dark places in you. Dark thoughts, dark ideas, dark, like mechanisms. But the idea is to just observe them and let them exist without judgment. Because, if you listen to like Buddhism, they say the bad thought is not the problem. The problem is the judgment. When you get a negative thought, if you start judging yourself for that negative thought, that's when you start acting out, right? So that's why people that, are closeted gay men and they judge themselves go out and become hateful, right? You know what I'm saying? They go out and engage in all manner of nasty behavior, because it's like the judgment, okay? It is like the judgment, You say some people are born psychopaths. See, I think people are born with predilections, you know what I'm saying? But I don't believe that people are necessarily born fully psychopath things, I don't believe that. I think there are certainly predilections. Okay, I think people like to think that he had to be born 100% that way because that makes them think that they're not like him at all, Dude, 𝗍𝗍 says you were talking about African traditional religion, only that African traditional religion believes God cannot be perceived by man. So Africans worship God through ancestors, which Africans call deity. All right, let's go. Dude, let's go. But I think, see, and anyway, guys, my point being, the reason why I started this thing is I don't think you can truly be liberated with your own healing work until you go in and you look at your dark side, okay? And really stare at it, okay? And the freedom from a lot of my negative traumatic shit was staring down my dark side, okay? And for example, I have certain, a lot of this stems around sex, okay? A lot of people have sexual trauma in their lives from either sexual abuse or being raped or whatever, being ogled, being sexually harassed, being, objectified. It can go many different ways, their sexual orientation. And then we carry a lot of shame around that. And then that leads to negative behaviors. Okay. And so I used to judge my relationship to my sexuality in a way that bled into other areas of my life. And it was only by really looking at the darkest sort of aspects of myself and what I'd been through was I able to sort of let go of that stuff. And there's a lot of that, because we live in such a crazy fucking, world where, religion is so dominant and they have such a messed up relationship to sexuality. We grow up our whole country shames sexuality from the very beginning. Cover up, be modest, don't think about it too much. Don't jerk off. You know what I'm saying? All this crazy shit. I was made to believe I was dysfunctional or bad because I like to pleasure myself, and when I finally dealt with the shame, dude, I could just live it up, bro, and freely and love it. And, and it's dude, we live in such weird, I don't know, man, which is so crazy because the sexual interaction is how we were all made, you know what I mean? It's isn't that weird? And so I feel constantly relating to our dark side, like my dark side. You know what I mean? Like, guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, I am the nicest, most genuine and authentic person on the planet. And I can also be the most transactional, uncaring, and ruthless person who's trying to competitively get what they want and will stop at nothing to get it, right? And I mean, those are both accurate, okay? They are both accurate. And it's learning how to, like, use both parts of myself like that in order to, like, achieve things and still be a good person, right? And I mean, everybody has a shadow side. Some of them, like, turn it outward, right? Some of them turn it inward. Some people are, like, incredibly gracious to others and they just kick the shit out of themselves, right? And then, like, they have to learn how to, like, manage those two sides of themselves. I mean, we all have a darkness. I think it's just really important for us to get to know our darkness, because there are certain things in there that you can really embrace. And then there are certain things that, knowing how they are, you can prevent them from, like, hurting you and the people close to you, And so I think I don't know, guys. I feel like we end up talking about this a lot because it's occupying a lot of my psyche, because I feel like we're in this politically now, guys, okay? And we're in this politically because of all the negative shit that Trump has elevated, okay? Right? He has elevated racism and homophobia, and now they're, like, Islamophobia and all kinds of shit. And people are taking their hoods off and they're being open like KKK members, like that Megyn Kelly shit we watched last night. But here's the deal, guys. A lot of those people, okay, guys, that are in the MAGA movement or voted for Trump and they're not MAGA, they still have a lot of goodness in them, okay? They still have a lot of goodness in them. Okay, we like, it is like right now, I feel collectively as a nation, we are staring into our shadow self of America. And I think that it's important that we do this work in order to unlock our, like, the parts of us all that are filled with light. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, man, we're gonna have to regroup at some point. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to regroup at some point. We will look at the Massie vid. We're gonna look at that. We'll look at that. But we have to, like, we're going to have to come together again, guys. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to come together again with those that can, disengage after Trump is all, after he's worm food. I mean, guys, I'll be honest. I wrestle with this a lot because I am a fucking bastard online. Okay? I am a bastard online. I am severe and I am scathing and I am cutting and I am unforgiving. And I know that to a degree, a lot of that is out of line, but it's also necessary because there are times when you have to be scathing and cutting. And, like, there's a saying that is like, being compassionate means knowing when to say fuck you, right? Get the fuck away from me, right? I mean, there's truth to that, okay? That being compassionate and being empathetic is also knowing when to say fuck you, boss, okay? Fuck you. and so, like, I am definitely spending a lot of time in the shadow areas of our politics. But I'm spending a lot of time thinking about how we're going to pull people out. Okay? How we're going to pull people out. And that's really important. You know what I'm saying? You know, dude, because I'm aware, okay? I mean, I fucking type things online and I'm like, you know, I shouldn't send this. And it's probably not even good for my political coalition. But then I hit send anyway. And I say, fuck it. I'm going to stir the pot. And I, you know, it definitely, let me just tell you, it definitely starts with healthcare. Okay? It starts with healthcare. And here's why, guys. It really does. But it's for a multitude of reasons. Okay? Because number one, healthcare, okay, when you can go see a doctor, there is a general feeling of safety and being cared for. Okay? It emanates. It's like just knowing if I'm sick, oh my God, like what is this thing? I can go see a doctor. It's a sense of care. Okay? Right? That's one major thing. There's an automatic ease of the psyche when you have access. Okay? And like, guys, this is like with anything. If you, right? We feel comfortable having a little money in the bank because we have access. We just know, oh, if I'm hurting, if I'm struggling, I got that little nest egg. Having access is helpful, okay? And then when you have access and you have that safety, you feel a sense of like, there's a better chance of you then taking care of little things like mental health, right? Like when healthcare is just normal and everybody has it, then mental health care becomes something that we can explore. But now that healthcare is this thing that you have to earn, like, well, who's going to waste money on mental health, right? I just want to make sure that I don't die of cancer, right? So it's a mindset change, right? But there's another one, guys. And the reason I'm about to tell you is why the capitalists keep thwarting this. And it is the healthcare job connection. Okay? American capitalism relies upon workers having to take jobs they don't want, but they have to take them because it gives them access to health care. If you have a family, you have to take a job with insurance benefits. Those jobs normally pay a little bit less. Those jobs normally have harsher conditions. It's definitely the big corporate jobs where you're totally getting exploited. Okay, I watched my parents do this. They got fucked because the jobs that offered the good health care never paid what they deserved and they never offered advancement. They're all like dead-end jobs that don't ever give you any advancement. There's no income. Like, you do the job 30 years and all you have is your health plan, okay? You don't get anything out of the deal. The money never increases. So in America, there's a trap that, like, they use corporations who have access to these healthcare plans they get to rope workers in and exploit the shit out of them because they're afraid their families are going to die. And so the minute you have everybody has health care, people can say, you know what? I don't want to fucking work at Walmart. Fuck you. Fuck you if I'm going to work in that warehouse for $15 an hour, Jeff Bezos. Like, give me a fucking break. I'm going to go be a host at a restaurant where I'm making the same amount of money and I don't have to break my goddamn back and I can be social all night, right? You see what's happening? See, this is why the corporate Dems are fighting healthcare too, okay? This is why capitalists, it's like anybody who is like unbridled capitalism, they're fighting the healthcare thing because that is a fundamental, that's going to be a fundamental change in the way that Americans decide where they want to work, okay? Walmart and Home Depot and fucking, right? And McDonald's and right? All of those places are all of a sudden people are going to be like, you know, I don't think I want to work at fucking Starbucks anymore. I don't think I want to work at that Amazon warehouse anymore. That's it. So it starts with healthcare, guys. This healthcare is like the first battle, okay? Ground zero. Ground fucking zero, guys. You know, it really is. It's like ground zero of our battle. And you know, that is why, right? If you know, it's like, dude, it just, I mean, I wrote this post the other night that was fucking whatever. I wrote this post that was this long meandering Twitter post. All right, look at this thing. This little thing is fucking massive. All right. I mean, it didn't blow up or whatever, but it's this huge diatribe about socialism and socialism being a collective. It was like an expansion upon what we were talking about before, you know? And so the thing that was really hard, okay, is that like we've got to somehow start treating the government like we're a family, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it. They want nationalism, but it's like, dude, what the fuck is nationalism? Nationalism is I worship a flag? No, how about if we worship each other? How about if we worship, like, keeping each other healthy? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we need a family aspect. Like, they talk about family. Have a family. Have kids. Raise a family. But like, dude, let's make the government like a family. Right? Dude, Elf says, I tried to get a few cousins from their pharmacy's education, and they're conservative but not MAGA, and I brought them back from whatever they were thinking from a year ago. Let's go, Elf! Elf, look at Elf out there doing the work, dude. We love you, boss. Dude, let's go, dude. We fucking love you. I'm gonna get the dance party goal going. Dude, let's fucking go. Dude, I'm gonna get it going right now. We're getting right in, dude. Dude, thank you, Elf. Fucking, dude. And Emmy, Chaos, thank you, too. Let's go. Dude, I love it. I love that you're working on people. But it really does. I feel like healthcare is the start. You know, I think, you know, if I were to look at it, right? If I were to look at shit, you know what I'm saying? If I were to look at shit, I would say this. I would say that like healthcare and education and limits on like very stringent limits on venture capital, and then no stock trading in Congress, okay? Right? No stock trading in Congress, and then we do need some type of like, you know, publicly financed elections or something would be good, okay? Something where we no longer have money power. You know what I'm saying? No longer have money power, like money buying our elections, right? You know, and so that is that. Those are big ones, right? Those are fucking big ones, boss. They really are. But it really starts with healthcare. You know, it really starts with healthcare. I saw somebody say something about Obamacare, and Obamacare was great. And Obamacare like helped me tremendously. Like the pre-existing was nice, and the states that expanded Medicaid was nice to be able to offer healthcare to like lower income people, right? But then there's a trap though that comes with that, okay? Because if you're a bartender or a waiter and you're getting health care because you're making, you know, $45,000 a year or whatever, your family's getting health care, you are now incentivized to stay making $45,000 a year in order to maintain that health care. Because if you make $60,000 a year, your health care expenses will be so extreme that you won't even be able to afford it. You'll be making less money, right, than if you're making $40,000. So it was like, it was good and bad. It did these wonderful things where it gave a lot of people access, but it was still feeding the insurance companies and, you know, like not affecting the price. It wasn't able to keep the price low, right? Because it wasn't the only thing the insurance companies were engaged with. And so it was like a great stopgap measure that would have been, if we had followed it up with a public option, it would have been great. But then it all fell apart. But yeah, man, I mean, it's a tough road, guys. It is. It is a tough road. You know? But yeah, dude, publicly funded elections would make it so anybody could run for office, guys. And that's just it, man. You know, like, you know, right? Public funded elections. I mean, Obamacare was good. Its intentions were good, but it was also, it was, you know, complicated because like 18-year-olds were like, well, I'm forced to buy car insurance, but now I'm forced to buy health insurance that I don't need right now. But you needed all the 18-year-olds buying health insurance in order to feed the pool, right? And like, you know, like I said, it was a great stopgap measure to get rid of the pre-existing conditions and shit like that. And it was absolutely way better, but it needed to be followed up. And unfortunately, it didn't get followed up because then Trump won and everybody gutted it, right? He gutted everything he could. And then when Biden got in office, they didn't do anything to fucking fix the gutting, really. And so, you know what I'm saying? Dude, pharmacist healthcare, make more dollars than you get as a musician. Dude, I'm surprised you make a lot of money as a musician, Alf. That's pretty amazing. A lot of musicians don't make that much. But, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude, it was incredible, right? It was incredible, like an incredible change, you know? It was an incredible fucking change. And I just wish we could have like springboarded from that. But guys, this is what I want to talk about though. Before we get into our shit, I want to take a brief moment, okay? Because these Promise of America people are fucking pissing me off, guys. All right? And it's this shit, because look at what they did, dude. They were tagging AOC. Okay, you ready? Let's watch this. We're going in. You ready? Politics, we're going in right now. You hear me rant, you hear me rave, but like, all right, let's watch AOC's clip here. All right, here we go. Let's watch.
They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this website, they can't answer the same question that you just asked me, Santita. There's no, okay, fine. If you're against them, that's okay. But what do you believe? And that, I think, is the core of the weaknesses from that wing in this moment. There's no affirmative vision really coming from most places in the Democratic Party, with the exception of democratic socialism.
And this is as far as, well, what are your policies? Okay, now look at these Promise to America people, because look at what they say, dude. They say, we believe in an economy that works for everyone, not just those already at the top. Well, like, guys, okay, but what the fuck does that mean? What is your policy to make the economy work for everyone and not just those at the top. They don't have a policy, they have a belief. It's like, let me ask you this, promise to America people, is Joe Manchin sinking every goddamn policy proposal right before it's going to pass? Was that making an economy that works for everyone? Joe Manchin voting down Build Back Better, Kyrsten Sinema voting down a higher minimum wage, right? It's like you believe in shit, but you don't have any policy that accomplishes your beliefs, okay? You believe in an economy, great. Dude, oh my God, Elf, let's go. Dude, Elf, yo. Dude, Bryce is, he's looking at jerseys, dude. He is, right? I will fucking, dude, let's go. Dude, it's amazing. One more. Oh, let's go. Let's go. All right. Right? So that though, guys, is what's crazy here, right? Is we believe in secure borders and safe communities. It's like, no shit. So does everybody, right? But how do you make safe communities? We want government that works to solve problems. Oh, really? Well, what problems did you guys solve, right? You know what I'm saying? When we won and we had Joe Biden, what problems did you solve? You know what I'm saying? You didn't solve Gaza. We all watched an entire region get decimated. Did you guys solve it? No, you did not, right? You didn't solve it. Did you solve it when Joe Biden shouldn't have run again? No, you did not. Did you solve it when Roe got overturned? No, you did not. But okay, well, why did Roe get overturned? I mean, we could roll back and say, well, we lost the Supreme Court. But let me just tell you guys, okay, I was not a Bernie bro, okay? I was not a Bernie bro. I did not vote for Bernie. I voted for Hillary in the primary and in the election. However, I was aware that Bernie Sanders in 2016 had created a grassroots momentum that had young people and other people really excited. All right? Now, I knew that I wanted Hillary to be president, but I wanted Bernie Sanders's his agenda to be incorporated into the Democratic Party. Okay, I thought Hillary should have made Bernie VP, or Bernie should have been actively involved in the DNC. Bernie's Midwestern platform should have been what Hillary was running on in the general. But what happened was none of that. Okay, they trashed the Bernie platform. They trashed the excitement. They trashed the people's desire for those policies. Okay? And I let it go. And then in 2020, it was life or death with Joe Biden. But guys, right now, they're doing the same goddamn thing. It's like Zoran Mamdani wins. Okay? A bunch of other DSA people win in New York. A lot of people are excited about cutting funds to Israel, about health care. Abdul El-Sayed, that's Michigan, not New York. Graham Plattner in Maine, he's talking about health care and cutting off money to the Middle East wars. They're talking about taking on the oligarchs. Okay? This is another groundswell that people are excited about. And what is the Democratic Party doing in 2026? They're doing the same goddamn thing they did in 2016, which is these guys are communists. Fuck them. We're not going to give you health care. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. And so my thing, guys, is I gave them a pass in 2016, but you're not getting a goddamn pass again. Okay? And these promise to America people responding to DSA people, fine, don't go out and join the DSA. I'm not saying the Democratic Party should be the DSA tomorrow. But what I'm saying is the goddamn policies in the DSA that are getting people excited need to be incorporated into this party. And otherwise, the party really does need to get burned to the ground. Okay? Like, I shit you not. It's like they're doing it again, man. And like, I thought 2016 was like a fluke, right? Oh, they're going to incorporate this shit. They just want to do it their own way. But no, guys. Okay? They're doing the same thing, and now they're up in the ante. Now they're calling people communists. They're using the same fucking language that the right-wing people are doing. And then they're doing this shit. Okay, they're saying we want politics of persuasion. What the fuck does that mean? Politics of persuasion? When transgender people in Texas are getting put in jail because they have the wrong gender marker on their ID, what's your fucking persuasion gonna be? Right? You know what I'm saying? When protesters are getting arrested for throwing a sandwich and the government's trying to charge them with 20 fucking years, what's your fucking persuasion? What's your persuasion when missiles blow up a goddamn grade school, right? What's your persuasion when I can't afford my rent and I end up in a fucking tent? You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. This is, I mean, the Republicans, MAGA, is spitting in our face, okay? MAGA is spitting in our face. When you have people spitting in your face, you don't try to persuade them, guys, okay? You don't try to persuade them, all right? You don't, guys. We want a politics of persuasion. What the fuck, bro? These guys, this shit. And again, it started with that 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗧 guy. Now, let me tell you this, guys, because what's going to be interesting is to see which left-wing news outlets of the independent kind start covering these DSA people, okay? Because let me just tell you, okay, if we have people on the left-wing content creators that don't start talking about the DSA movement and start looking at the policies and trying to build the coalition together, you're going to know that those individuals or outlets are essentially trying to do the work of the mainstream Democratic Party, okay? And they covered Mamdani, but will they cover the other DSA people or the other non-APAC people as they come up? We have to start keeping our eyes open, and that doesn't mean we have to turn our backs on people, but I am telling you right now that I did not realize how pervasive the military-industrial complex money was to the corporations that we're like involved with. You know what I mean? Dude, Elf says, legally, we're not even close to being communistic by the law, but we are very progressive and will help others that have the same mindset. Let's go. Do one more for Elf. Dude, let's go. Dude, 14 minutes, guys. 26 and 14. You know what I'm saying? Like, because guys, I am seeing right now with you know, 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗏, fucking Chevalier, right? And with Brad Lander and shit, I am seeing people, guys. In the last 2 years, I have become Twitter friends with a lot of like left-wingers, okay? And they're people that I followed, and now I'm starting to get a little bit of a name for myself, so they're following me back. And I don't know them, but we've all like generally agreed on shit, okay? And it's weird because now that leftist candidates are starting to win primaries and starting to build momentum, a lot of my left-wing like compadres or whatever, my Democratic Party compadres, are like, they're not on my side anymore. And it really seems to boil out to fucking like the support for wars in the Middle East, right? And that is what's fucking me up, guys. That like I heard about AIPAC and I was like, dude, you guys have AIPAC on the brain is what I used to say to my leftist people. I used to have arguments with my son at 3 a.m. in my kitchen before he moved to New York City, where I'd be like, Bryce, you're focusing too much energy on this one thing. But I can tell you now, after watching the last, 8 months of people I know in the left wing, they were kind of right, okay? It's not like it's the only issue, but it is that fealty to the Christian funding of war in the Middle East against Islam is like an undercurrent that is like rampant in the Democratic Party too, where it is like the Christian Democrats would rather have a Republican in office doing the Christian war in the Middle East thing than they would having a DSA person who says, we're going to cut that funding off and we're going to get health care here in America. And that is like, just blew my fucking mind away. Like, I've been watching it, I've been watching people I used to fully be united with who are now attacking people. And the sole reason they're attacking them is that Middle East thing. And then they won't even admit it. They're real, like, subtle about it. They try to, like, hide it, okay? And, dude, it's so fucking weird, bro. It is so weird. I've been watching it take place, and it's, like, melting my brain a little bit, You know what I'm saying? Dude, it is. Elf says, are we dancing together tonight? I hope so. Dude, dancing in heaven, I never thought. Dude, yeah, it's wild, guys. It is wild. It is, and it's weird because, guys, like I said, when I was 21, my country went to war with Iraq, okay? But even the first Iraq war with George Bush in 1990, right? Even that war had something to do with Israeli security interests. Okay, and then the American oil companies. And then we had Iraq too, okay? Same shit, okay? And then we had Afghanistan, and now we have fucking Iran, okay? Dude, Sakata time, let's get our dance on, let's go! Hey! Dude, Elf says... Elf says, I'm terrible at dancing even though I had to take classes at Juilliard to Peabody. Let's go. All right. Can I tell you a quick personal story, guys? It's from a couple weeks ago. My car had an airbag recall, okay? Dude, check this out. My car had an airbag recall. And so the dealership had an Uber where they got me an Uber to bring me home because it took like 4.5 hours. Okay. My Uber driver happened to be Iraqi. Okay. And I was like, whoa, crazy. And I live quite a ways from the dealership. So it was a long drive in traffic. So we had a long talk about his family that is still in Iraq, his parents. And you know what's crazy about it is he told me, guys, he told me that ever since the U.S. deposed Saddam Hussein, that Iraq has not been safe. That it's not safe, okay? That the people in Iraq wish the U.S. had left Saddam Hussein alone because literally once they deposed him, it became like a rogue government, okay? Of where you say the wrong thing and you get whisked away in a fucking black sedan kind of shit. And he just was lamenting this shit about how, yes, it's a mafia government where every time he goes and visits his parents, he won't even leave the fucking house, And it's crazy that when you extrapolate that of how we did that, okay, we did that. And we did that to protect our little warring gem in the Middle East and protect our fucking interest in their natural resources. And dude, it is fucking so shitty. Dude, is it now there's another coup? Dude, it is so crazy, guys. You know what I'm saying? It is fucked up, bro. It is like our constant meddling, and so, dude, this is so crazy though. Look at this. Our principles say it best, dude. Our principles, dude. Yeah, it's like, dude, look at what I said. I said you believe in a lot of shit you never ever deliver. What you do deliver is constant funded war in the Middle East and voting for Trump's additional ICE funding after they shoot Americans. Fuck you, boss. Dude, right? Oh my God. Dude, it is like fucking so true, dude. Dude, fuck these guys, okay? Right? Fuck these guys, boss. The promise to America. I'm tired. I'm tired of promises, guys. Okay? I am tired of promises. But like, man, you guys ever see The Game? One of my favorite movies is a David Fincher movie, right? Called The Game. And it's about this game, right? That is customized to a person getting over some of their negative shit, and it's supposed to like let you fucking see. And I'm telling you, there's a scene in there where he's trying to figure it out. Like, what is it? What is it? And he goes to this club, and there are these guys talking about CRS, which is the company that does the game. And he's in the club, and he's like, oh, I hear you talking about CRS. And he sits down with them, and he says, what is it? And the guy just leans into him, and he says, at first I was blind, but now I can see, is what he says to him. And he's like, what the fuck does that mean? But like, guys, I literally feel like I had that experience in the last 2 years of being a political content creator, where there were a lot of things I was blind to. And like now I'm actually seeing them like clear as day. And it's like, fuck, bro. We got some work, dude. Dude, Elf says, I love taking Uber when it's reasonable. I better conversations when I'm driving myself alone, just listening to classical music. Let's go. Dude, you really, Elf, when you drive, you listen to classical music? Dude, that's pretty cool. That's crazy. I mean, I guess you play classical music, so it makes sense. But yeah, dude, these guys are fucking pissing me off, bro. Dude, the like, I mean, I just don't understand why. Because think about this, guys. You ready? Can I just show you something? You appreciate me sharing my awakening? Thank you. Dude, thank you, Julia, and thank you, Felicia. Appreciate you, boss. All right, guys, we got 4 minutes. Dude, we need 22 and 4. We got to start rocking, and then I'm going to show you a tweet that's going to blow your mind, all right? Dude, let's go. Dude, when you start deconstructing from the system of institutionalized psychopathic abuse and class genocide, you really start seeing some shit. It's true, dude. Dude, I've been saying for a long time, though, that America, we were like founded on genocide, you know what I'm saying? The spiritual and physical genocide of the African American people, the stealing of the land, and fucking genocide of the native people. I mean, dude, we have been pretty much killing or enslaving en masse people for as long as we can remember. And then even when we're not actively genociding people, we're going in and like ruining nations, like I said with Iraq, where they become mafia states and shit. And then the people there are never safe again, but we're like hitting the cash machine and taking all their resources. Dude, it's brutal. 3 minutes, guys. 22 and 3. Let's hustle it up, baby. Let's go. Dude, are we getting this or are we getting this? Dude, I think we're getting it, boss. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Don't make Elf do all the heavy lifting. Let's get her done. I've got a dance for you guys. I got a new dance. It's called the fucking "We're gonna fuck shit up" dance. Dude, we are. Dude, I'm ready to fuck shit up. And we have some good shit we're gonna look at tonight too. We are. We have some good shit we're gonna look at. We're gonna look at Trump's fair. We're gonna look at the fucking MAGA weirdo who got arrested at Trump's fair. Dude, Korg, government contractors welfare. Let's go. Dude, 21, baby. 2 minutes. 21. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Jake Lang. I don't know about Jake Lang. Maybe we'll look at Jake Lang, right? I do want to look at Trump's thing. I want to look at the Mamdani thing. And then I also want to look at Cenk Uygur, okay? Because Cenk Uygur was attacking AOC. AOC, dude, let's go. Grant Sloan, let's go, baby. So here's what's happening, guys, is the latest thing about Cenk Uygur and his little Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene filleting right-wing, knob polishing move. Steph, we should get help tonight, but I need new tires. Get yourself new tires, Steph. You've been carrying us for a while. Dude, let's go. 19, guys. We got this. But so Cenk Uygur is now attacking AOC, saying like, dude, he is going after AOC. I'm like hardcore, dude. He is like trying to like paint her like she's not a good guy anymore. And it's really interesting because it's like, there's a coalition that's forming with the DSA and people like AOC who's moving up the establishment, and it centers around them like keeping Hakeem Jeffries' job safe for now. And Hakeem is buying into this. So there are power like alliances forming in Congress. Thanks for your energy, boss. Thank you, Julia. Let's go. And Cenk is trying to already paint that as like a negative. Dude, Wendy, let's go. Which is like, typical of him. And AOC just won her primary with 87%. Cenk Uygur ran for office and got 6%. Okay? Dude, 28 seconds, guys. 17. Suck-a-ta-da. There you go, Scruffles. 15 seconds, guys. 16, baby. Let's go. All right, obviously, we're going to have to reset, but that's all right. Dude, let's go. 16 and 15. Let's go. All right. So we got 15. Buddhism is a beautiful philosophy of life. It is Angel Ninja. But that's all right. We got half of them. Hold on. I'm going to reset it. And then we're going to go into this thing. And then we're going to start the night. All right. And I'm going to get in, get out. Dude, I'm like, the Kai Trump video took a little bit more time. I'll be honest. Jenny was gone all weekend and she came back today. So we spent much of the day talking and hanging out. 2 birds for Cenk. Let's go. So I only made one video today. I watched a baseball game and then I hung out with Jenny. And I don't regret it. Because sometimes I'm just not going to grind out 3 videos. That's just, that's just the way it is. Sometimes you got to fucking take care of your head and your heart and shit too. All right. So, but I do want to get, I've got some material that I'm hoping to get caught up on. All right, so there we go. We're going to reset. We're going to do the remaining 15. We got this. We're getting it. Dude, Elf says, please, I think I'm a dumb musician, but I'm not naive to understand that nobody here can provide $2. Right? Dude, no. Dude. We can all afford $2. Let's go. Dude, well, maybe some people can't. I mean, times are tough, right? But, dude, Elf, you rock, dude. Let's go. Times are tough, man. They are. All right. So here's the thing here's the thing I want to show you. All right. So the thing about this is, if you're gonna ask questions about AOC, why AOC, why AOC, why AOC, let me just tell you this, guys. Okay, in any movement, okay, there are people that climb up the power structure, and there are people that exist at the bottom of the power structure shaking the thing. Okay, in order to affect a power structure, you need people throughout the ranks. So not everybody's going to be down at the bottom shaking the fucking, if you think of the power structure as like a jungle gym, you want some people at the bottom shaking it to try and break it apart, but you need some of your people moving their way up and being up at the top of it too. So when you shake it loose enough, they can fucking capitalize. Okay? So if you look at AOC has gotten herself like inside the mainstream power structure. And so she is going to climb as high as she can up that ladder for the purpose of when the rest of the DSA and progressive people shake a chink in the armor, they're going to have somebody in position to exploit it. And so all of those people are necessary, okay? You can't just shake the bottom and have nobody up there at the top. Like you need, right? It's like, it's just, you need to have the whole thing covered. Okay. Now Cenk though, he is a guy who doesn't know how to do politics. He ran for office and got 6%. Okay. Cenk talks like he knows everything about politics, but he has the worst fucking takes. He doesn't know how to climb any ladders. He doesn't know how to accomplish anything except fucking taking money from right-wing people or whoever will throw him a bone, Mr. Get Money Out of Politics, and then fucking name his studio Polymarket fucking Studios. So he's a fucking dipshit who anybody that's really doing a good job, he's gonna shit on them because it's not providing him with shit. Yeah, he's jealous of AOC. He's jealous of Hassan too, because his nephew Hassan is like doing something he believes in and actually making shit happen. Hassan might be helping fucking 𝗙𝗟𝗍𝗃 win, helping, you know what I'm saying? Helping Mom Donnie, helping all those, them socialists in New York City. And Cenk is there fucking polishing MTG's knob and hoping she has a spare room for him in Argentina, right? Like, what a fucking dink. So we are going to look at him. But all right, let's get in here, though. Elf said, all right, we got that one about Elf. Oh, my God, dude. Elf. Dude. For the rest of us who just listen, let's go, Elf. You crazy.
Big ol' bitties.
Dude. You're so fucking crazy, Elf. Dude, thank you, boss. Thank you. Dude, Rotnot says, son of bitch, here's my 2 seashells. Let's go, baby. Let's go, dude. We're making it happen. Now, guys, last thing I want to say, okay, before we go into this, I want to show you this thing. You ready? All right. This is what I am talking about, okay? Right here, dude. Look at this. This is the cycle I am seeing right now, okay? And this is the cycle that I believe started in 2016, all right, where it says new fresh Dems or lefties energize a chunk of the voters, okay? People are energized. They're excited. There's policy ideas. Medicare for all, that's a policy idea. Free, community college is a policy idea. These are attainable policies, okay? Trump calls them communists. Socialist, fascist, communist, right? Then the centrist Dems call them communists too, right? Then after the centrist Dems call the leftist communists and agree with Trump, then when the centrist Dems run, the GOP calls all Democrats communists. And then the Dems lose. And it's like, yo, if the Promise to America people call their own party communists, they're going to get called communists when they're running too. And it's like this same shit. Like the centrist Dems could say, we differ in a lot of philosophy with the DSA, but they have some really good ideas. They're fighting for Medicare for all. They're fighting for education, and they're fighting for, you know, a divestment of wars in the Middle East. We believe in those things. So even though we disagree philosophically, these fighters are energizing a lot of voters for really important policies. So, like, you know, we don't completely agree with them, but we appreciate and agree with some of their policies. But they don't do that. They use the right wing like these guys are communists. And then pretty soon all Dems are communists, and every fucking Democrat that's running is a fucking communist. And now Trump thinks communism is his word. He's like, oh, everybody's a communist. My fucking testicles are communist. You know, dude, let's go. Miranda. I met Cenk when he ran for the House. He was a perk. I think you meant jerk, right? Is that, or perk? Dude, I like perk better. He was a perk then too. Americans don't have a culture, just all the sides. If you know what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, no, that's funny. A perk. Dude, that's amazing. Dude, yes, I know you meant jerk, but I like perk, dude. Like a Percocet, he's like a bad perk. Dude, Elf, let's go. Oh, shit. Kermit and Elf, dude, remember for 9 months, was that a gifted? Let's go. Dude, Marisol, let's go, baby. Let's go, dude. He is a perk, dude. He's like a perk with a bad trip. But yeah, dude, this cycle fucking makes me mad, dude. You know? All right. That being said, let's look at this guy, dude. All right, you ready? Oh my God. Where is he? Look at this guy, dude. Dude. Look at this clown. All right? This guy is, what is his name again? His name is Manny. He calls himself Manny. Now, he is 59. It looks like he's using some filters here, or like obviously this is an AI. He took a photo of him in front of a green screen, and he's AI'd versioned of it, so it cleaned up his fucking skin. But this is Manny, okay? Dude, this guy, what? Bro, okay. This is J.O. This is our buddy in J.O., all right? Bro, what are you doing? Okay, you ready for this? Here it goes. It says, MAGA influencer dressed as Uncle Sam charged with lewd acts at Trump's Great American State Fair, police say. And 𝗙𝗎𝗪, known to his online followers as the live streamer Manny, was reportedly dressed in an Uncle Sam costume and overalls when he was taken into custody, bro. Dude, 𝗙𝗎𝗪. Now, dude, you remember? We watched this scene, guys. Hold on. I'm going to take you there. Let me just take you here. Let me set the stage for this. Because it was the acrobats. Okay? It was the acrobats, guys. We watched let me find the fucking clip, bro. Oh, there he is. Dude, we're going to save that one. Oh, here it is. It was this. Remember this clip? Dude, he was in Portland. He's batshit. I don't doubt it. But remember this? Remember, we saw this clip the other day. You got these ribbon acrobats hanging out. They're the Cirque du Soleil people that were doing this little show with, right? These guys are great. If you've ever seen a Cirque du Soleil or a 𝗙𝗪𝗪, anything like that, these acrobat acts are amazing.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Cirque Mechanics. We're all the way from Las Vegas.
Okay, Cirque Mechanics. So this guy, our good buddy Manny, was watching the acrobats. Brace yourselves, okay? Yeah, they are socially distancing. Okay, so John Rocktelli, 54. Oh, I guess he's 54. My bad. Was charged with lewd, indecent, and obscene acts Thursday afternoon, right? According to U.S. Park Police documents, 3 separate witnesses reported they observed Rocktelli engage in what appeared to be a sexual act during a performance by the Cirque Mechanics acrobat troupe. So, dude, homie went and stood in front of the Cirque Mechanics, and he saw the woman with the fucking ribbon, and he started giving it a toss, bro. Dude, what are you doing? And of course, there's like 50 people at this thing. So, like, yeah, everybody's gonna notice you giving it a spin out in the open when there's like no crowd, dude. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, one witness told police they were standing behind Rocktelli while he vaped and filmed the female acrobats before observing him place his hand inside his pants. Dude, no. A second witness reported seeing him return for a later show and repeat the behavior. So he was like going to tug it during every show, dude. A third witness stated that a member of the acrobatic team approached them to report an older white male was making the performers uncomfortable by making lewd gestures in his pants while they were on stage. So, dude, bro, the acrobats were like, this guy is like doing weird shit in his pants while we're performing. What's going on, dude? Isn't that insane? Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, what the fuck? Rocktelli, known to his thousands of followers, I like how it's thousands, as Manny, was wearing an Uncle Sam costume and overalls at the time of his detention. Okay? A Park Police Public Information Office told them that officers responded to a report at 12th and Jefferson concerning a subject involved in lewd acts and indecent exposure. Officers located and arrested the individual. All right? Rocktelli is a conservative influencer. He's not very big, but he is an influencer. All right, the incident unfolded around 4 p.m., right? And some of these officers detained him behind one of the performing stages. They requested assistance from Park Police. The primary arresting official, Sergeant Nielsen, tracked down and interviewed the onlookers. Police determined there was sufficient probable cause to place him in handcuffs and fucking take him in for processing, dude. Yo, homies, what's up? Political Punk here. Yeah. So, like, what's with the Epstein shit? Bro, why you out there? You got this guy out there in his overalls. He's giving it a tug in front of the fucking dancers. There's like 12 people in the audience, bro. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Like, honestly, what is wrong with you? I mean, you can't even goon correctly, you know? I mean, come on. All right? Fuck you. Bye-bye. Jesus, dude. Dude, what is going on, bro? So the incident was captured on Park Police body cameras, though the footage was not reviewed prior to preparation of the initial report. Okay, Rocktelli's final live stream from Thursday showed him broadcasting himself walking through the fairgrounds in an Uncle Sam costume before the video cut off abruptly as police officers walked in front of him. His video did not contain audio of the encounter. He has not posted since. Oh my God. But here we go, dude. Some MAGA supporters quickly defended the influencer online and claimed his arrest was politically motivated. Like, yeah, dude, the acrobats in this thing were the ones politically motivated. You know what happened, guys? So a bunch of female acrobats trained in ballet and acrobatics for 20 years. They got a job working with cirque mechanics in Vegas, right? Years before this fucking festival, knowing that Trump would win, so they could come to the fair that they knew he would hijack and perform so they could pick out some loser in an Uncle Sam fucking overalls and frame him for behaving the way every other Republican appears to behave. Yes, we're sure that's how it played out. He was framed, bro. Oh my God. Dude, the arrest adds to a growing list of issues at the taxpayer-funded Great American State Fair. Oh, shit, bro. Yeah. Oh, there he is, dude. And he has not posted, okay? He has not posted since this. I did, however, drop into his page, okay? I did drop into his page and, where is he? Where was it? I did drop into his whatever, Manny being Manny page. And, you know, I believe I did say, dude, this dude got arrested for jerking off in front of the acrobats. Dude, another Epstein-style weirdo, probably with the Bible in his back pocket, is what I said. But there you go, guys. Just another one, bro. What the hell, dude? Dude, yeah, the word is Epstein, dude. Dude, how does this shit, bro? Like, how do these guys, how are they this fucking terrible? All right? All right, dude. Oh, fuck, we're almost there. All right. Sorry, I let the goal expire again. Dude, we're fucking, I'm gonna get it started one more time. Dude, we got Elf quarterbacking. Dude, oh my God, bro. Isn't that insane? Like, what are these guys doing? Now let's watch the clip of that of Thomas Massie. Okay, I'm gonna watch the Thomas Massie clip real quick, where he's chasing that Fox News reporter about the gay, right? Dude, so we need 10, all right, for the dance party. We're gonna get this. There it is. Let's go. But guys, it's like, I find it hard to believe that, like, how can these guys be so colossally stupid? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can these guys be so colossally stupid? It is like continuously they do shit that is so, like, how, I mean, can they just not, they have no control over themselves whatsoever, right? You know, it's like, remember the Secret Service guy that was jerking it in the hotel hallway? Like, he followed a woman to her room and then he just jerked it in the hallway. And it's like, yo, homie, did you not think about the fact that you were going to go to jail? You followed her being weird to her room. Of course she's calling security. And now when security shows up, you're jerking it in the hallway, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? I mean, guys, I have as deviant of a mind as anybody on the planet. But, like, bro, there's just some shit you don't do. You know what I mean? I mean, it's literally like MAGA people are the kind of people where the guy's driving and he's just like, dude, I gotta jerk it right now. So they'll pull over in front of a grade school and just like do their thing. And then it's like tap, tap, tap on the window. Yo, homie, like you're going to fucking prison. And he's like, oh, whoops, I didn't notice there was a grade school there. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You know? I mean, dude, just no executive function whatsoever, bro. And then they run around fucking like insisting everybody else is living, you know, poorly. Dude, yes, he will be registering as a sex offender, right? It's like, dude, now you're on a list, homie, right? You fucking pulled over and now you're on a list. What a fucking idiot, bro. Dude, Elf says, I know for a fact, I know what it looks like for male or female. I don't understand why YouTube gives you a naked lady. Let's go. What do you mean YouTube's giving you a naked lady? What does that mean? You're getting naked ladies on YouTube, Elf? Let's go. All right, dude. We're 9 away, baby. I don't know why that one didn't count. Dude, we need 9, boss. Let's get it. Dude. What the fuck, bro? Shit, dude. This is crazy. So dumb, dude. Oh my God. All right, let's get the Massie clip. Hold on, let me grab it. Oh my God, there's a Shoe clip. Dude, I have covered Shoe before. Dude, we're definitely watching the Shoe clip. There was a time when I really liked Shoe, but she blocked me, right? Natalie put a Shoe clip in there. Dude, Shoe is like gone crazy, okay? Dude, Shoe, do you guys know who ShoeOnHead is? She's somebody who used to appear kind of like a leftist, but now she's just another one of those fucking weirdos that you know, it tries to pretend like they're not MAGA, but they actually do nothing but like they do nothing but fucking undermine all of like leftism shit. But the thing is like she has a look, right? And she like, there was a while when she was like a feminist, right? And then all of a sudden she became like one of those nefarious fucking, like she's got a really engaging personality and she's pretty and she's got a quirky sense of style. But it's like the deceiving of her, okay? Where she used to be a feminist and she used to be like a person that sort of defended humanity, and then slowly but surely she started like undermining, right? Where I used to see her and I used to think, oh, dude, this girl's actually pretty cool, right? And then there's like, I swear to you, there's like the pretty privilege kicks in where you like, I don't know, they're doing it with like 𝗙liche𝗍𝗍 now, where 𝗙liche𝗍𝗍 is now like, oh, I'm living off Elon Musk, but now I'm not MAGA anymore. Let me tell you about MAGA. And everyone's like, forget about Ashley's past or whatever. You know, there's like, I think there's a pretty privilege that happens with Shoe too, that I found myself making allowances for her because she was charming and nice to look at, and she is entertaining. But then I slowly started digging into her comment and I started realizing, like, holy shit, she's like undermining. It's like the nefarious undermining where, because people that sort of appear to be leftists but then they degrade it, right? And then, but they are adamant that they're not MAGA. They always try to act like they're centrist and they're in the middle, but they really are right-wing fucking deceiving. Yeah, she is very Joe Rogan-ish, right? How dare the DSA push policy that would do the PTA? Let's go! Dude, let's go, missing piece. How dare they? All right, so let me see here. What did we have? What was I going to do? So, yeah, we're going to look at Shoe. We're going to look at that. But let me get the Massie clip. I'm all over the place. All right, so here's the Massie clip. All right, so what do we got here? Hold on. I want to check message. Let's go. Oh, shit. All right. All right, so let's see. I have not seen this Massie clip. ShoeOnHead was a term on 4chan. Oh, really? What was it? Sorry, I'm always having nose shit, dude. My nose is fucked up. I did a lot of cocaine, and so my nose is eternally messed up, but... Okay, so let me see here. It's an early 2000s internet meme to show that their account hadn't been hacked. All right. Is that what it was? It was proof of identity. Follow me. Let's go, Dark Woke Nate. Let's go. All right. Yeah. And so for me, guys, I don't mind far right or far left people that are obvious. I don't mind. What I do mind, guys, is sneaky. Okay? I mind sneaky. I mind people who say I'm a centrist, but then you watch their content and they're a right-winger who just doesn't want to be labeled right-wing. So what they really are is they're a right-winger posing as a centrist, trying to convert people or trying to win them over. I don't like that shit, okay? I don't like that shit. It's why I don't like Jubilee. It's why I don't like ShoeOnHead. It's right. It is. There are like many people in the centrist. It's why I don't like those Promise to America fuckers, right? It's like the same way with the centrist Dems. I don't care if you're AIPAC funded, right? If you go out there and say, look, I don't like these DSA candidates because the important thing to me is that we fund Israel, all right? I'm not going to like that, but I'm at least going to respect the person for letting us know what their real motivation is. But when that's really what's motivating you and you're saying, no, it's not that. It's really that they're a communist. And it's like, they're not a fucking communist. You know what I'm saying? Like you are now using right-wing terminology because you don't want to be honest about the fact that you agree with most of the Republican policy. And I don't fucking like that shit. Because guys, obviously, like I'm not saying we need to eliminate capitalism tomorrow and start some brand new shit. But obviously capitalism is not working. Okay? We have a trillionaire. We have 1% of the population that are doing beyond well, okay, that are buying governments, and huge numbers of people are becoming homeless every fucking day. Something's obviously broken. We don't have health care here. There are hungry kids here, all right? We're still having wars, okay? There's like minimum wage in some states is still $7.25, okay? Dude, nobody anywhere can live on $7.25, bro. Like, what the fuck? Dude, obviously capitalism's not working. Dude, let's go. All right? What do we got here, dude? We got Elf says, I literally don't know about my situation, but Shu is crazy as fuck. She was attractive but crazy. You stopped watching around 2019. Let's go. See, I didn't really know her. I didn't know Shu. I discovered her around 2019. And I was like, oh, this person is interesting. And at, 2020, I was watching Hassan. And then I found Shu and I thought, oh, like who are these like leftist people or whatever? I'm just brand new to YouTube. And then though, I was like, wait a second, dude. No, she is not left. Okay. When it comes to our democracy, don't be sneaky. Dude, I think just don't be sneaky in general. All right, guys. Dude, 3 minutes. Let's go. You can't stand her. Dude, let's go. But we have to, we have to dismantle. 6 away, guys. Let's get it. Let's get it. Here you go. You're going to see her in a minute. There you go. There's your taste. Dude. I need a rock star. Unregulated capitalism is the mafia. Fuck the elite. Let's go. You are not the tolerant left. Dude, no need to be tolerant. I mean, dude, tolerance, part of tolerance is kicking some ass when necessary, right? Dude, yeah. She looked the same, exactly the same for like 5 years. Yeah, dude. Dude, it's hard too, because I like that look. I like that eyelashes look. That's kind of always been my thing, dude. Right? Black hard liner cat eyeliner. Dude, yeah. I mean, dude, I'm I've got issues. But I am awake. Dude, 1 minute and a half, dude. Let's go. We need 6 more, guys. Come on. Let's get it. 6 in 1.5, dude. We just need one time around the fucking Ferris wheel and we got this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right. I do like the crazy ones, dude. Dude, let's go. All right. I'm looking forward to this clip. I have not. Voyeuristic Fox reporter Nicholas Balassi, unsure and uneasy when questioned about alleged gay porn watching habit. Oh, man, dude. Again, nobody cares if you're watching some of the GP, okay? Nobody cares if you watch GP. What people care is if you watch GP and you're persecuting G's, okay? That's what we care about. I mean, you watch GP till your heart's content. Nobody gives a fuck, okay? But you can't be watching GP and terrorizing G, okay? That does not work. The hypocrisy, okay? The hypocrisy. Dude, let's go. 19 seconds, guys. 6 away, baby. Dude, we reset one more time. Dude, 5 away. Fuck the elite. Thank you, TF. Let's go. Oh. All right. We reset, guys. We chip away, baby. We chip away. Chip away. Dude, GP, dude, that look is definitely my bag, baby. Let's go. Well, Nate, dude, the look. You got the look. All right, here we go. Final 5, dude. We get it. Dude, I'm a fucking stickler here, boss. I know I am. I know I'm a stickler here. Need to go back to bed? Dude, get some rest. I've been sleeping on and off. Like some days I get sleep and other days I fucking do not get sleep. I've been sort of alternating, right? Because my sleep schedule has been around the Mariners game schedule. Dude, editing during the Mariners. All right, you ready? Final 5, guys. We're starting it. We're getting it. Dude, let's go. Light blue, 15 minutes. We got this. There it is. The final 5. Dude, has the U.S. won in fucking... Did the U.S. win in soccer? Right? Did they play? I know... Who were they playing? They lost to Turkey, right? Dude, Korg, it's the final countdown. Din-din-din. Din-din-din-din. Dude, let's go. All right, so now we're at 4. Dude, now the counter's not working. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Now we're... Dude, YouTube, you are killing me, bro. The grand old party of hypocrisy. Dude, now we're at 3, dude. Now the counter's broken. Dude, I'm gonna break something, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, the U.S. lost to Turkey, right? Which I thought was interesting, right? I did because Hassan is from Turkey, and the first thing I saw when Turkey beat the USA was I thought of how, like, all of a sudden Hassan is like the enemy, and like, right? All of a sudden there's this concerted effort to like demonize him and you know, attack him, and it's about 𝗵𝗚𝗟𝗡𝗪, who I think is... Dude, here's what I can say. You ready? Hear me out. Before we watch the GP here, I want to say something about the DSA, okay? Because people are attacking the DSA. Oh, New York, whatever, blue, communist New York. If 𝗵𝗚𝗟𝗡𝗪 wins in Michigan and wins the race and becomes the senator, and Graham Plattner wins in Maine and becomes a senator, the Democratic Party's not going to be able to say you can't win in America without the centrist platform. That's why they're fucking shitting a brick right now, guys. They're not shitting a brick because 𝗙𝗟𝗪𝗚𝗡𝗪 won in communist New York. They're shitting a brick because 𝗵𝗚𝗟𝗡𝗪 and Graham Plattner might just prove that, you know what? Even in Republican Maine and even in fucking purple Michigan, the DSA platform just won statewide elections, not a fucking blue house district. That's why they're shitting, guys. If 𝗵𝗚𝗟𝗡𝗪 wins in Michigan, then all the swing states could be won with the DSA platform, guys. Okay? That's what I'm talking about, dude. Canada moved on, thank fuck. Let's go, dude. We need to dance. FDJT, let's go. Yeah, we only have 2 left, dude. 2 left and we got this thing. See, that's what's crazy, guys. Okay? That's why they're freaking. They're not freaking out about these House seats, they're freaking out about those Senate races. All right? They are. And they should be. Because I think 𝗙𝗟𝗪 is going to win Michigan. And I think Graham Plattner is going to win Maine. 𝗙𝗟𝗪 is not DSA, I know, but Kate, he's the same platform, okay? It doesn't matter that he's not DSA. His platform is the same. It's Medicare for all. It is divest from the wars in the Middle East, okay? It is like super similar. All right. And he's like one of those non-APAC Medicare for all people. And so for me, anybody that is Medicare for all is essentially DSA because that's the dividing line. Okay. Anybody who supports, not somebody who says I support affordable health care or somebody who says I afford a public option, right? Public options means you wait 6 months to see a doctor and you get the shittiest fucking care. Right? The people who say Medicare for all as their policy thing, that is essentially DSA. And they may not be DSA, but that is like the dividing line of policy. If you have Medicare for all, you are on the DSA, like on that timeline. Because everybody who's Medicare for all is most likely, we're not going to fund the Middle East wars. And those 2 items are the central tenets, right? Other shit differs about like housing and maybe the ways they want to modify capitalism. But I think that those are the big issues. Okay, those are the big issues. And we did. I hope DSA message sweeps America LFG. Let's go, dude. And I need Crazy Paula. Let's go. Dude, there it is. That's 5, guys. I know the counter kind of fucked us. So the counter's not working. So we have our dance party. We're good. If we want to get those last 2, you guys can do that too. because more is always better. Right? Hey, man, man's got to eat. All right? But no, dude, we're fine. Dude, we got it. Let's go. All right, you ready? Dude, DSA is doing what Obama said he would do, but didn't. Let's go. I mean, guys, I hate to say this, and I'm not going to bag on Obama, okay? Because, you know, being the first black president, he had a lot of pressures on him as well. But I will say this. I will say that Obama ran on deep structural change, okay? That's what Obama ran on. He was like, I'm not with the establishment. They haven't been providing for the working man, and I am running on deep structural change. And he did a little bit of it, okay? He did a little bit of it. But like, dude, the Dems had 63 senators, guys. They had 63 senators, okay? They had the full money. They could have codified Roe. They could have done anything they wanted, guys. They could have expanded the Supreme Court in 2008. And they it fell apart once he got in there. Now, it is, in fairness to Barack Obama, you ready? I'm sure many of the people of the 63 senators and of his House coalition, they were all like, many of them were like, fuck you. Okay, yes, he did. Once he got in there, he realized he had to start selling his soul to get anything done, because the Joe Mansions of the world were like, don't get too excited there, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they fucking, like, he had enough senators and enough House members that there's no reason all of his shit couldn't get passed. But once he got in there, everybody was like, well, we're not really going to pass all your legislation, you know? And that's why I think it's really important to put more progressives in Congress, okay? Because we need more progressives in Congress, period. That's it. We need, and right in the Senate and in the House, we need to stack the deck with progressives, you know, as opposed to like thinking a progressive, you know, president is going to solve all our problems. Dude, Max Baucus, a Dem, fucked us on single payer. Dude, let's go. Dude, Dark Woke Nate, single payer healthcare. They did, man. They did. But guys, I watched it happen to Jimmy Carter too, man. Dude, Jimmy Carter was the first progressive, guys. He was my introduction into politics, where I was like, dude, I love this guy. He's so good. He's so genuine. I was a kid. I was like 7 years old, but I was like, man, I really like our president. And then they fucking shit all over him. And everybody, his own Democratic Congress, fucked him. They were working on fucking healthcare in the 70s, guys. And then Jimmy Carter won the presidency, and the Democrats in Congress like sank his presidency. His own party sank him. And then we got Ronald fucking Reagan, bro. And then we went to war. It's like, yo, what the fuck, dude? Right? What the fuck, bro? Come on. Wonder why they did that? Because I don't know. Because you know why? You know why, guys? You ready? Let me just say this. As much as we like to think like our politicians are, you know, skilled at what they do, whatever, some of them are, but there's a lot of ego, okay? There is. A lot of those guys are like, they are filled with ego. This is why they have the fucking SA shit. It's why they steal money. It's why they don't do town halls. It's why they'll burn the fucking shit to the ground to be right, even if it costs them their seat, okay? Because they're filled with fucking ego. And yes, I mean, Kate brings up a really good point, okay? Kate brings up a really good point that a lot of the Democrats were still the like KKK Democrats. Okay, there was still, Jimmy Carter was president in 1976, and even though the Democratic Party, there were still a lot of Democrats in Congress that were the Robert Byrd style Democrats. And so they wanted to like, you know what it is, guys? I'm going to tell you what I think it is. I'll be honest. If I get honest, you want me to tell you what I think did fucking Jimmy Carter in? He created the Department of Education. That's what he did, guys. He created the Department of Education, which was going to be the part of government that would make sure the South didn't resegregate after the civil rights movement had happened. And all of a sudden, there was a federal agency that is like, you know what, South? We're not going to let you resegregate the schools on the sly. And they were like, you know what? Fuck you. You're getting nothing. That's literally what I think it was. I think it was he intended on making sure that the U.S. government followed through on enforcing the civil rights era. And they thought because he was a Democrat from Southern Georgia, they thought he was going to get in there and he was just going to let them do what they wanted down in the South. And he didn't. He was like, no, I'm going to make sure we protect the civil rights era fucking legislation. And so the Democrats in Congress were like, fuck you, buddy, because there were still enough of those Southern pricks that they could upend it. And that's what I think really went on. And then next thing you know, Reagan was like talking about welfare queens, and then all the fucking racists that were Democrats in the 80s confirmed their switch to the Republicans because Ronald Reagan started talking about welfare queens having a nice purse and shit. And here you go, right? That's what I think. Kate says that is what happened exactly. I mean, you know, that's kind of how I see it from here, right? You know, bingo, right? Dude, it sucks. I mean, guys, it's like, you know, we're still litigating slavery, guys, and civil rights for people of color. I mean, we're still there, guys. Hello. And everything else stems off that supremacy, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, even if you look at the fucking whatever, the imperialism of Israel, our bully arm in the Middle East, it is white passing Christian adjacent people like bullying and you know, trying to steamroll the people of color in the Middle East. You know, that's like still what we're doing, dude. Even that, it's supremacy. It's the same shit, right? It's fucked up, you know? All right, you ready? Let's watch this clip. Good rant, baby. Good rant. And now we have the Bible in fucking Texas schools and the 10 Commandments in Louisiana schools. Yeah, that's going to fix everything. Dude, there'll be no school shootings in no time, right? Let's go. All right, you ready? Dude, you ready? I want to see this, dude. Here we go. Thomas Massie.
Anything you could say.
So let me ask you, I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Congressman, I just want to give you a chance, your
I'm
side
giving you
of
a
it.
chance to give me your
I'm
side.
not going to get into
Are
that.
you a real news organization or not? No, come back, man. All you got to say is you don't like it,
Congressman,
that you haven't been to those websites.
Of course I
All
don't.
right.
Of course I don't like it.
Really?
But thank you.
That's not what I heard.
Thank you for your time.
Dude.
Just giving you a chance to respond. That's all.
And you're with
But
Fox?
thank you.
Is that a real news organization?
You know,
Is this what you do for a living, man?
Oh my God.
Congressman, we're good. Thank you.
Dude, Congressman, we're good. Dude, that move at the end, dude. We're good. Thank you. Bro, Like, dude, what was that reaction? What was that reaction? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to think, like, if somebody came up to me and said, I heard you like to watch gay porn, and I'd be like, I don't know where you heard that. Like, I definitely watch adult content, and so I have seen GP. Like, I've seen it, and I like seeing it doesn't affect me in any particular way, but it is not something I enjoy and partake in. But like, if you sat me down and made me watch it, I wouldn't like, I mean, I'd survive the thing, but so I don't know what you've heard about, but like, that's not really the vein of adult content that I'm into. But where'd you hear about that? Like, we could have a whole discussion, but like, did you see his face? It was like all the color like drained from his face. And then he looked punch drunk. He looked like Massie. Like, I don't know, one of Dana White's guys slammed him in the head a few times, and he was just trying to figure out. Dude, watch the beginning. Right after he answers, he's like, here, normal, and then he's just like dazed for a minute, where he literally looks punch drunk, bro.
Anything you could say.
So let me ask you.
Right here.
I heard
Watch him.
that you like gay porn. Is that true?
I just want to give you a chance. Your side.
You a chance to give me your
I'm
side.
not going to get into
Are you a real news organization or not?
Dude, didn't it look like all of a sudden, like he just took a haymaker? Isn't that crazy? You know, it looks like he took a haymaker right there. And then he was just dazed for a second. Dude, that's so funny. One more time, bro. Dude.
Ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Congressman, I'm not. I just want to give you a chance. Your
I'm
side.
giving you a
of it.
chance to give me your side.
I'm not going to get into
Are you a real news organization or not? No, come back, man. All you got to say is you don't like it. That you haven't been to those websites.
Of course,
All right.
Of course, I don't like it.
Really?
But thank you.
That's not what I heard.
Thank you for your time. Just giving you a chance to respond. That's all.
Oh, now he's walking away.
Is that a real news organization?
Oh my God.
Is this what you do for a living, man?
Congressman, we're good. Thank you.
Congressman, we're good. Now, who is this guy? All right. Let's see what he says here. All right. All right. So here's the video. The other side of this thing is him questioning Thomas Massie about his shit. All right. Yeah, no, we're going to watch the reporter's angle right here. Ready? Let's see.
I don't know if you could clear up the stuff your ex is saying about you with the NDA, that you pressured her to sign an NDA for wrongful termination. What is that true? What's she saying about you?
Who are you with?
With Fox Digital.
It's all false.
And what she said about you and Boebert having an intimate relationship.
It's all false.
Why do you think she's out there saying it? Was it because of the primary, ahead of the primary? What do you think is motivating it?
When did you all become a tabloid? Seriously, dude.
Well, no, I just thought I would give you a chance to respond because you've never been able to tell your side of the story, that's all. But anything you could say.
So let me ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
I just want to give you a chance, your side of it. That's I'm not going to get into
Are
that.
you a real news
I'm
organization?
not going to get.
Dude, he cut. Did you see the cut there though? Did you see the cut? Like this reporter's is edited.
Porn. Is that true?
I just want to give you a chance. Your
Right there. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that's about.
I'm not going to get into
Are
that.
you a real news
I'm
organization?
not going to get into that.
No, come back, man.
No.
All you gotta say is you don't like it.
Congressman,
That you haven't been
I'm
to
not.
those websites.
Of course I don't. Of course I don't like it.
Really?
But thank you.
That's not what I heard.
Thank you for your time. Just giving you a chance to respond. That's all.
You're with Fox?
But thank you.
Is that a real news organization?
Yeah.
Is this what you...
Dude. Oh shit. Right? Bro. Dude, not the out of context version. I mean, this version doesn't make it any better for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what he thinks that the in context version makes it better. I mean, dude, Massie was like, it's false. It's false. Why are you tabloid? Now the question is like, you know,
you could clear up this stuff.
does he have fucking dude? Was at this moment he knew he fucked up, right? Oh, dude. All right. Dude, his name is Nicholas 𝗡𝗨𝗪𝗓𝒄, right? Nicholas 𝗡𝗨𝗪𝒓𝒄. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at his fucking angle and, right? Dude, it's pretty sick. That was the first thing on his mind. I deny the allegations he made up about me. Dude, I don't know, man. I mean, my thing, okay? My thing about this is like, his reaction was just really weird, right? Like, why couldn't he have just continued having that question? I mean, even with him, if he said no, clearly I've never engaged in that sort of thing. And in fact, Thomas Massie, I feel like you're kind of changing the question here. I feel like you're changing the topic there, Massie. Let's get back to what we were talking about your girlfriend, not you making some shit up about me on the fly here, right? Hello, Thomas Massie fans. Massie here is like now making up lies about me when I'm just trying to ask him a simple question, right? Yeah, dude, this guy melted. And that's weird. I mean, I don't know, guys. There's a thing like a non-denial denial, okay? And this is a really, in journalism, guys, there is a technique called a non-denial denial, which means you say, hey, did you do X, Y, and Z? And then the person is like, they say something else. They say something completely unrelated, or they respond to one of the three things you mentioned, and they basically deny it without actually specifically denying the information. And a non-denial denial is a way of like not telling the truth without also lying. Okay? Like even there, he said, I hear you watch GP and I hear you've been going to those websites. And he says, oh, of course I don't enjoy that. Right? But he didn't say, and I don't go to any sites like that, right? It was like a non-denial denial, right? But if he really has shame about his behavior, he could say, well, of course I don't enjoy that because he doesn't actually enjoy it. Now he's not lying, but he didn't say, I would never go to those sites. You're making this shit up. He, in fact, melted and had like that moment of punch drunk when the question was even posed. And so that's really suspicious behavior. Like, for example, you ready? If we were in a courtroom and he was on the stand and I hit him with questioning like that, right? Say I'm a lawyer and I come in like Thomas Massie and he has the reaction on the stand like that in front of a jury, I just won the case. The minute the jury sees him get punch drunk and stammer and he like can't answer basic fucking questions and then maybe he says something different than he did before, I have now just made him look like he's lying and being a sneak. Even if he's not, I have fucked him up in front of that jury because they're witnessing him and they're like, boy, that reaction was really weird. Right? That's what happened. Like he just got asked a question in the courtroom, right? And he was like, "Oh fuck. This is why they rehearse with witnesses because, the defense attorney does not want to put somebody on the stand if he doesn't know every question the prosecutor's going to ask, right? That's like a really important part of like criminal law, dude. that you want to make sure you know every question that's going to get asked, right? And that one, dude, that question seemed to really fuck that guy up, dude. Dude, you know what I'm saying? And it's like you want to be aware, right? You want to be aware, dude. That was crazy, bro. Oh shit. That's wild. Now, the thing is though, is also even if no matter what, that guy, like whether he's doing that or not doing that, I assume most MAGA men are doing that to some degree. But it was a really interesting flip on the thing where, because essentially what Thomas Massie was illustrating is that Fox News is sending these people out there to create these tabloid, salacious, like unproven, no evidence to them storylines in order to trying to ruin people. And the minute some of that gets aimed back at their reporter, he just like tucks his tail in and fucking, oh, thank you, Congressman. Bye-bye. Right? I mean, he's basically fucking outed them for being frauds. You know? Because I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's like, it made it pretty obvious that guy, that ball-assy guy, that guy was out there just to troll and to try and like achieve some sort of reaction. But he was not invested enough in his story that he could like, you know what I mean? I mean, he looked guilty as fuck, bro. Dude. He looked guilty as fuck. Okay, now the other thing though is Fox lies. Okay? They lie. They notoriously lie. They lied about the election. They paid $787 million to Dominion Voting. And they have in fact defended themselves in court by calling themselves an entertainment network. Okay? They have absolutely, like, they're known liars. They're not even a news organization when they go into court. Okay? That is how they get away with like stretching the truth, because they are, they classify themselves in court as a news organization. And I absolutely, so for Comradian who's talking about the Portland protests, like you may have noticed, and we've talked about this too. Like you have in Portland, you have people that are here all the time, like Katie Davis Court, and then that David Medina guy. There's a couple of right-wing shitters that are always here. But so in the Portland protests of 25, they had Medina and Davis Court and Nick Sortor, and then they brought in the big gun Benny Johnson, okay? And they were actively trying to cultivate this violence on the ground in Portland, but it was really about Virginia, okay? It was like two things were happening. Trump was trying to win the battle to send in the National Guard in Chicago and LA and Portland, and they were trying to portray Jay Jones as he's gonna kill your kids. Look how violent all the leftists are. And the minute Jay Jones won that election, everybody left Portland. You know what I'm saying? The minute the minute Jay Jones won that election, dude, they all left, like, gone. And then they moved. They went to Chicago, and now they've been at Delaney, Savannah Hernandez, right? Dude, they're just trying to, they're going to be doing shit like that again, guys. Coming up to this election, they're going to be doing it again. Okay, they did LA, Chicago, and Portland, and now, I would imagine they're going to try to manufacture something in New York City. I don't know what that's going to look like, but with New York City being the epicenter of this shit, I think that I would imagine they're going to try something with New York City. Dude, Elf, let's go, baby. Says my parents were very well educated and I could listen and learn how to lie without lying, if that makes sense, especially in stupid court situations. Yes. Dude, the non-denial denial, boss. Dude, I'm fucking pretty good at that shit. I'm pretty good at that shit too. I mean, it's because like all of my fucking college friends became lawyers. And, if I had not become a musician and an artist, I would have been a lawyer, guys. That would have been the profession I would have gone into if I had gone into the straight world. Right? I would have gone into law. You know why? Because it's a game. It's a performance, right? It is. If you go into law, like courtroom law, it's like 12 people that you've hand selected to tell a story, to build a narrative. You're like doing a play in front of those 12 people and trying to get them to respond to a questionnaire at the end of the play in a certain way. So you try to impeach people that ruin your narrative, and you try to bolster the people that support your narrative. And so the whole thing is like storytelling and leading people along and trying to like catch them in their own word traps. Dude, it is really like, it's really pretty. It's kind of a beautiful thing, really. You know what I'm saying? It is sort of a beautiful thing, I think, right? I mean, it's ugly, right? Because it's fucked up, and the people that are really good at it can get people off, right? So there's not really justice a lot of the time, right? But it is like, it is fucked up, right? But it is also beautiful, It is. It is pretty scummy, but it's like, if you like, sort of, like, I don't know, if you like fucking arranging people like chess pieces, it is a profession that you would do very well at, right? For me, somebody who grew up in a really fucked up house and was really hypervigilant and had to manage personalities in order to survive, that legal profession was very interesting to me because it allows you to do that and profit handsomely from it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you get to be a showman, but it is a lot of work, dude. And what's more, though, is you have to do, like, to become a lawyer, you have to eat shit, like, for, like, years first, right? You do. You have to eat shit for fucking years. Like, I have friends who went into law, and, dude, for them trying to become partners in their firms and shit, like, oh, my God. Dude, these guys, they fucking beat the shit out of those people, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, well, so the thing about this, though, so JG, here's the thing, is Maduro may create some sort of narrative. I too agree that they're going to try to use Maduro to fucking do some sort of election rigging narrative, and that maybe 𝗙𝗪cie𝗵𝗍 wasn't willing to go that far, so they shit-canned her. But I will say this, though, JG, the one thing you're wrong about is Donald Trump cannot cancel midterms. Okay? Stop like living with that fear. Okay? The president of the United States cannot cancel elections. He doesn't have the authority. It's never going to happen. We had them during the fucking Civil War. Okay? The states run the elections, and short of Donald Trump sending in the military and blowing up the governors of the blue states and killing all of the fucking people in government, he cannot fucking end elections, guys. It's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we know he's going to deny, but they've been denying everything the whole time, right? We know that, and that doesn't fucking matter. But but Trump cannot cancel the elections. That's an unrealistic fear. You know what I'm saying? And don't put it past him. I'm fucking not afraid of this guy, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna live in fear of that fucking piece of shit, because dude is like, you know what I mean? If he tries shit like that, he's, you know, he would not be a hard person to remove from the political scene, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? If people really wanted to pine box him, like, give me a fucking break. You know what I'm saying? There were people that went in and took Maduro out of Venezuela. Don't think for a minute there aren't people that could handle a rogue president who tries to get outlandish and go fucking, you know, Vladimir Putin here. We have a lot of skilled artisans in the art of, like, you know, fucking overturning governments and regimes, okay? So, like, I'm just saying, you know, don't think for a minute that we don't have qualified people in America to remove a truly rogue, you know, Putin type figure, okay? There's a lot of mercenary types in the fucking world, guys. You know what I'm saying? You know? And I mean, we went through this shit in the 60s with JFK, with the civil rights movement, and then later Lyndon Johnson. And you know what I mean? Like, dude, we're sending in fucking, you know, armed resistance and shit. I'm not saying we should disregard him, but, like, don't live in an unreasonable fear of this fucking guy, okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Ultimately, Donald Trump just wants you to think he owns you, but really he's a pussy who wants money, and he wants fucking, you know, he wants to make everybody fucking get all like they're, you know, so you're scared of him all the time. I think the number one way to defeat Donald Trump is to quit acting like he's fucking God, okay? And put him in a more realistic sort of like zone, so you can actively be rebelling and doing the work and not getting depressed by him, okay? Because he is a coward. Okay, this guy, the biggest thing about Trump, he's a fucking coward. Okay, this is a guy who bone spurred to get out of military service. He lied to all his wives. You know what I'm saying? He's a liar. He's a coward. Okay? And he is so defeatable. All right? Don't lose sight of the ball. All right? Because he is defeatable. But they try, though, guys. This is a concerted right-wing effort to get you to think if you push back on him too much, he's going to cancel the elections, right? Don't fight this way, or like don't get your hopes up because he's going to cancel it all. I think we got to resist that. And that doesn't mean we act dumb, and it doesn't mean like everything he does needs to be legally challenged. All the legal challenges need legal challenges. Everything needs to be appealed. All the states are taking protective measures. California passed a bill about how you can't seize ballots. Okay, Virginia's doing the same shit. States are taking preparatory shit to prepare for all his stuff. But at the end of the day, if he tries to stay, we will remove him. Okay, and make no bones about that. If he does try to stay, it will be the shortest attempted coup in the history of the United States. And I guarantee you that he will not be successful at that. Okay? And believe me, there's a lot of people in the world that would be on board with backing, making sure that he does not become the fucking king of America. So I'm not afraid. You know what I'm saying? I am not afraid, bro. Did I? And missing piece, like tech bros have been IPOing like losing companies for a while. So that I was absolutely prepared for. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I know it sucks, but like normally what they do, missing piece, is instead of IPOing a fucking, a losing company, what they do is they do the SPAC merger like Trump Media did or like FaZe Clan did. But that's really common to take a business that loses money and then do an SPAC merger so that business can loot money off fans, right? But Elon Musk was like, had so much clout and shit that he didn't, I mean, he kind of did the fucking, a modified version of his own SPAC merger, right? By XAI buying Twitter and then SpaceX buying XAI, right? Like, dude, I fucking hate our financial system, guys, right? Right? He did the reverse, but same fucking thing though. You know what I'm saying? The same shit is where it's fake. Dude, our financial system is fucking fake, bro. It is fucking fake, boss. Dude, apparently it's decimating the pensions. I'm sure it is. Oh, fuck, bro. All right, you ready? More politics. Dude, I know, I'm a rambler. I get fucking off on tangents. But dude, see, that's just it, guys. This is what makes me mad, okay? Because we consistently hear about how, people be like, you can't modify capitalism. Oh, supply and demand. Guys, our entire financial system is fake, bro. It is fake, right? Like I saw some shit about how we don't have an uptick. What is that? There's we don't have a thing where when people start selling off shorts, that there's no protection for them to like manipulate the market. Like essentially, our financial markets are manipulatable by the big entities. You have BlackRock that owns so much of this and Vanguard, and then you have these individual shareholders. So they can like collectively sell off and like bring shit down and then buy it all up when the price crashes. You know what I mean? And they literally just made a huge profit and then, right? And so our whole system is literally just manipulated. And my God, during the pandemic, they did it with crypto. They went like one at a time through these cryptos, dude. And it's like the people who know what's in play. I mean, you can watch, you can go back and watch these old stockbroker movies, right? Like fucking Wall Street and shit, right? You go and watch these movies and the stockbroker movies, even the old ones, okay? Those guys in the room, they were all communicating with each other. So when it was time to sell, they're all selling, right? And it's like everybody with the insider knowledge, everybody who's in the know are the people that are like leading the runs and right? And then the people who find out about it later are the ones who pay the tab, bro. And it's true, dude. It's like retail. It's like the insiders move the markets and the retail slobs pay the tab. That's how it happens, guys. Okay? They tell you, oh, you need to get in the stock market, right? Here's your Robinhood app. Go buy some stocks and get rich. Don't go to Starbucks, invest. And then they grab everybody by the nose and they drag them around and they fucking leave the tab on all the retail schmoes fucking on their Robinhood accounts. And you're like, dude, you told me to invest in the stock market and now I'm broke. Dude, right? Oh, it is fucked up. And it's all fake, dude. It's all fake. And they're all, dude, Boiler Room was a great one. Great movie, dude. Boiler Room was great. Dude, they're all they're all fucking, you know, I mean, they're all, they all have the same people. Like, you know, you hire the guys that fucking know how to create your shit. It's all so phony, guys. It's insider. I care about my family's finances. Father threw me up against the wall by my throat. I promised myself I wouldn't get that angry. And yes, I still go to therapy. Let's go. Dude, Elf. Dude, fucking A. Dude, good for you, boss. That is fucking amazing. Dude, I'm sorry your dad did that to you. That had to be fucking traumatic. Dude, like, fucking A, dude. And I'm glad you still go to therapy. Dude, my dad tried to pull some shit on that with me. And I was like, fucking make a move, buddy. Dude, it was when I was in my 20s. I was like, make a move, dude. He did it when I was a kid, right? When I like wanted a football in the thrifty drugstore. And then when him and my mom were breaking up, I fucking pushed him out of the house. And he tried to get back in. He was having a rage fit. And he threatened to hit me. And I'm like, in case you haven't noticed, Dad, I'm not a third grader anymore. So if you want to fucking make a move, like, make my fucking day. Otherwise, fucking grab your shit and get the fuck out of here. Because you're not going back in that house. You know? And dude, he fucking didn't go back in that house. And if he had taken a swing at me, I would have kicked the shit out of him. I would have, like, it would have been, you know, 20 years of fucking, you know, it would have been a not a good move for him to make. But dude, I'm glad you're going to therapy because that shit really like affects you. Dude, I was really affected by it too. But I have rage issues. I do. That's why I'm sober. Right? I do have rage issues. Still addressing. Dude, let's go. But I'm glad though, dude. Dude, how old were you, Elf? I'm curious about that. Trump was the OG. Casinos failed. The banks had to support him, backed off. Does his name still add value? Oh, yeah, dude. Dude. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I don't know, man. Dude, fuck Trump. Dude, I'm curious, though, Elf, how old you were. Yeah, I'm sorry your dad was an asshole. But I'm glad, you know, I'm glad you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad you're not. That's just it, guys. And this is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my dad was a horrible person, but I'm not. And I don't have to be a horrible person because I fucking grew up under, you know, under the fucking aggressions of a horrible person. And what's more, you ready? If I'm a horrible person today, I don't have to be a horrible person tomorrow. So it's like, it's never too late to fucking, like, you know, switch the karma on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's never too late for all of us to do a little bit better. You know? But yeah, dude, my dad, he was a beast. He was, dude, he was a beast. But, you know, in the end, he died alone. And so, like, you know, he paid the price for that. And I don't feel, you know, I don't feel bad for him. Like, he made his choices. And what's more, though, is I don't feel like I missed out on anything, you know, because he, like, my dad was not coming around. And so when he walked away from me, I was like, smell ya. You know, I was like, go ahead. I'm not chasing after your ass. Because that was kind of his game, right? And that's a lot of these abusers' games is they abuse you and then they walk away from you and then they do this victimization thing designed to make you feel bad. So you will keep chasing after them and then they find a way to abuse you by just never validating you, right? It's like a game. And so what ended up happening is I got sober and I worked on myself. And then when I just let my dad go. And instead I fucking, you know, I had a kid and I raised that kid differently. And then I parented myself and I healed the wounds that fucking he shouldn't have put in me, you know, but I let him walk and was like, dude, smell ya, dude. And I fucking don't feel bad. I do not feel bad that, like, you know, That's his loss. You know what I'm saying? His loss, boss. Dude, his loss. Because he missed out, dude. So I'm pretty good. You know, I'm a pretty good dude. He could have had quite the relationship with me. But it would have required him to do a little work on himself. And he wasn't willing to do that. So, not my problem, right? You know, no validation from your mom. Yeah, it's tough. Dude, the validation is crazy. Been in therapy since 14. Respect everyone who goes through the therapy for a month or years. Good for you, boss. Dude, that's crazy that you started that early. Good for you. Man, I didn't start therapy until I was like in my 30s, you know? You know what I'm saying? I was on one. It brings you down. Your dad is undergoing cancer treatments. Yeah, I get it. Anne-Marie. But you know what? Here's what I would say. I'm sure that, like, you know, if your dad's undergoing cancer treatments and that's really hard and painful for you, I think though, like, there is something to be said that at least you have enough of a relationship with your dad where, like, it matters to you, you know? So that says something. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, my dad, like, he got cancer and I didn't even know about it until I thought he was dead. And then I found out he was alive. And then I did talk to him once, but he was in hospice and he was really hard to understand. And, like, I don't know, man. I had already, because he had walked away from me and played his little manipulative games, I had let him die long before he actually died. So by the time he died, I had already grieved the man. And, like, so I didn't really feel anything. Like, when my parents died, what I felt mostly was, like, relief that, like, the chapter was just over, that, you know, I had done what I could to try and, you know, relate to them, but then they weren't going to heal. And so I let them do their thing. And then when they finally passed on, it was just like, it's over, right? It's over. Like now it's just over. There's no more, you know, there's going to be no more games at that point. And so it was like a type of relief. And then, you know, I can appreciate the good I got from them now. But there was a relief that, like, the manipulation and the guilt and all that shit was like done, you know? It's like, oh, it's like the chapter's finally closed, you know? And so it's weird. Like, for me, I, like, once they were gone, I feel like my life got better with that chapter being done, you know? But I didn't lose the good, you know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't under, I don't know, it can be hard. I think what's hard is people will try to, like, somehow be okay with a manipulative or negative situation. And then if you have that stuff and your parents aren't willing to heal themselves, if they won't go and get therapy, you're just never going to get it, right? Like, you know what I mean? You're just never going to get it. And so, you know, you have to process a way of, like, letting it go and like, you know, because then otherwise you're, like, frustrated, you know. But dude, yeah, mine were like, I don't know. I left without resentment, you know. I don't resent them, and I also don't falsely, like, elevate them. I have a very realistic picture of them, right? Take the good and leave the bad, because love of your parents is a basic need. Yeah, well, missing piece, I think love of your parents is a basic need when you're 10. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, and you know, maybe into early adulthood. But there comes a time where you have to parent yourself, right? If you have a dysfunctional, if they didn't love you, if they withheld that parental love, or if they played games with that shit, eventually you have to stop needing their love, and you need to parent yourself or parent your own kids. And then you right, for me, it was parenting myself and parenting my son that healed everything my dad did. But after I parented myself and parented my son, I didn't need my dad's love anymore, because the dysfunctional relationship with parents are parents who withhold love in one form or another. And so the dysfunction is the kid is like, I really, really need this. And the parents give it really inconsistently and leave the kid always chasing them. There's a codependence that happens. And there comes a point where you have to shut off the codependence and you have to start parenting yourself. And you have to stop needing their love. And then if they go and get therapy, you can reconvene and have a new relationship. But if they won't go get therapy, it's going to be real hard for you, because you're not, you can't really have an intimate relationship with somebody where one side is still manipulating and playing the withholding validation game, right? You can't have, if I'm healed and my dad is still withholding and playing games around, validating me and giving me his approval, I am only going to be injured if I stay in an intimate relationship with him, right? You have to put a boundary and say, with my mom, she didn't walk away from me, so I could talk to my mom. But my mom, there was a barrier that I had to put up because of her. Again, what happened was I found a therapist. I started healing my shit. I called my mom and said, Mom, she was in Arizona, I want you to go to therapy, and we're going to sign a paper, and our therapists are going to talk to each other, and we're going to work through your guilt that's been really hard for us to relate. And I'm working on my shit, and we're going to heal our relationship. And she's like, oh, well, I can't afford to go to therapy. And I said, Mom, don't worry about it. I'm going to pay for it. And my mom said, no, thank you. And at that point, guys, I knew that my mom, even though I stayed in touch with her, I continued to do my work so I could hear her voice and not be enraged. And I got rid of all the triggers so I could talk to her and be around her without it damaging me. But I had a barrier that I placed between us that was uncomfortable for her. She never got the relationship she wanted with me, so she was unhappy a lot of times. She still would occasionally get into these guilt modes or whatever, but I would call her out on it. And if she started crying, I'd be like, bye-bye, Mom. I got to go. I'm sorry. I love you. And then I disappeared, and I left her to deal with the pain of her own shit. But I was able to stay in touch with her, but that barrier was for me and for me to stay, right? If she had gone to therapy, I could have removed that barrier and we could have had this thing, but she refused. So she got the barrier, and I stayed in touch, and, I was nice and shit, but I no longer took on her shit. And I think that that's important, because it's okay. If your significant other, like your parent or whatever, won't go get healing, you have to let them deal with their own shit, right? That's where the codependents come in. It sucks, dude. No, it doesn't suck. It doesn't suck because it sucks for her, but dude, she had the option of going to therapy. And so I offered her that, you know what I mean? And no, but Jen Cole, the thing is I didn't tell her I wanted her to see a therapist so she could learn what a shit she was. Here's the, yeah, that sucks. Oh, I see, Anna. It's not that. It's like my mom was a shit, okay? And she knew she was a shit because all of her kids were drug addicts or in prison or gambling addicts or schizophrenic or right, everybody, all the kids. She watched them get abused for years. She stayed with the men. Okay, so she knew she was a shit. That was the problem. The problem was she knew she was a shit, but she didn't want to go face her own guilt because I had forgiven her, but she couldn't forgive herself. So her guilt showed itself as her always having to make sure I was okay. But like, Mom, I'm fine. You're the one that's fucked up. You're the one that like can't have an emotional conversation. We'll start talking about the meat in your freezer or some shit because, right? So the thing is her guilt prevented us from having a relationship. And during my codependent phase, I would take her guilt on and then she was fine, but I was wrecked. And then eventually I got healed and said, you know what, Mom? I'm not taking your guilt anymore. Now you're going to be wrecked or you can go to therapy, right? And like, you know, it's like you have a choice here and I'll pay for therapy if you want therapy. And she said no. And then so she was wrecked. But like, you know, choices. I mean, if I was her, I would have done it a different way. But, you know, I'm not her. But also, like, I think there's a pretty good chance that when I pass, my relationship with my kid is going to be different, you know? You know, but it's hard, though, because, like, the problem was her feeling like she was a shit, but never dealing with those feelings, never dealing with that guilt. So her guilt was like so like wrecked that I couldn't have a real emotion. If I was sad, she was like coming apart at the fucking seams. So like it's impossible to have a relationship with somebody where you can't have negative emotions, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, and believe me, I struggle with this, like with, you know, as a parent, like now on the parental side, having a kid and him having negative emotions without me feeling like I've done a bad job. It's like the curse of parenting, you know? But, you know, you gotta, you know, you like my mental health is more important than me fulfilling some obligation that was imposed on me by the Bible that said I have to like hang in there even if my parents are abusing me, right? Nope. I mean, that's another thing though that they do with religion. Honor thy mother and father, AKA let them abuse you until the end of time and take on all their shit. No. Sorry. Dude, Elf says, when my father passed, he was 100% drunk and I hugged him and he got me into music, but I don't want my life to be his. Let's go, dude. Good for you, Elf. I was never a good violinist like my father was a great trumpet player and teacher, but dude, Elf, you gotta be pretty good though, boss, because you fucking, right? You gotta be pretty good because you, oh, dude, it's not letting me leave comments. Did I run out of time already? Oh, it sucks, dude. You gotta be pretty good though to be playing in an orchestra. You know, like you can't be that bad. Come on, man. Like, especially if aren't you in like a major city orchestra? Like, you got to be pretty good, dude. Bible says, don't obey absurd parents. Dude, my Bible says, fuck you, boss. I ain't taking your codependent shit no more. Right? That's what my Bible says. Dude, political punk. 69-420. Fuck you, Dad. Right? Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, shit, dude. All right. You ready? Let's cover some shit, though, boss. One page. Fuck you. Bye-bye. A parent who is in a codependent relationship with their parents make for an interesting dynamic. Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm going to say this, okay? And hear me out on this. I know we're venturing off politics here a little bit, but Codependence and addiction are like highly energized in capitalism. Okay? They really are, guys. Okay? Codependence is like the, smile, put on a happy face. If they're mad at you, you did something to cause that, right? You're a sinner, and that's why people are treating you this way. Bad things are happening because you're bad. You got to fix it, right? I mean, the entire male philosophy, men are raised to be fixers. Get out your toolkit. You can't just listen to your girlfriend or your wife talk about her day. You got to get in there and respond to it by showing her what she could have done better, okay? Addiction fuels capitalism, okay? Addiction. That's why they put MSG and high fructose corn syrup in the food, right? It's why they used to put Coca in the Coca-Cola. It's why they put caffeine in sodas, guys. It is addiction. It's why McDonald's has an entire department that does flavor testing to make burgers that you just want to eat 50 of them. Addiction, addiction, addiction. It's why Elon Musk can be a 300 billionaire and he's got to be a trillionaire. And when he gets 1 trillion, he's going to want to be a triple trillionaire. Okay? Capitalism is literally about encouraging addiction at every turn. Now, you can't keep a functioning addict without a codependent, okay? It's the cycle. Addiction needs codependence to fuel the addiction, okay? Addiction consumes, and codependence comes in and fixes the shit so the person can continue consuming, okay? And it's literally like being addicted to shopping and then your credit card is your codependent. The whole system is about addiction and codependence. And that's why we always feel like we're on a hamster wheel, Like it's gnarly, dude. It is gnarly. It is like gnarly when in fact, like maybe we don't need to have ever increasing profits all the time. Maybe it's okay to like lose money, some years, right? It's like we should be prioritizing being healthy, like even in the end, guys, if you think about it, the prototypical family, guys, is the man out there grinding himself to death, grind culture, becoming the CEO who's working 80 hours a week with a codependent woman at home that is cleaning up all the messes he's making and taking care of the kids. That's literally the capitalist culture. You got to grind, you got to hustle, you got to work 100 hours a week, you got to fucking do everything, and then you get a wife who cleans up all your mess, dude. It's not healthy though, guys. It's not healthy. Okay? It is like capitalism is not healthy. All right? It may be great at generating money, all right, generating profits, but it is not healthy. Okay? That's the problem. Okay? The problem is capitalism is not healthy, so we got to modify it in a way that makes it so it doesn't fucking kill us all. Right? Not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but it's really interesting though, guys, because I've been posting about this online and somebody got in my replies the other day and like last night or something, and they said, well, how do you innovate if you don't have capitalism? But like, yo, guys, you see this phone with like the touch screen and the chips? Everything that's in this phone, all the innovations, they weren't discovered by capitalists. Apple did not invent these things. The touch screen, the fucking chip sinks, right? All of the fucking RAM memory, all that shit, the batteries, all of the shit that's in your iPhone was discovered through public funded shit. And then what capitalists do, The innovation comes from the public money that just sinks money in, not needing results. And they discover things through all their experiments and their research, and right? And then what the capitalists do is they come by and find the great inventions that were discovered through those public funds, and they then concoct contraptions out of them in order to bilk as much money and create as much dependence on their product as possible. Okay? So the innovation comes from the government and public funding, and then the extortion, the exploitation of those innovations in order to create dependence and endless profits comes from the capitalists. That's it, guys. Capitalism does not innovate. It fucking exploits all the great innovations to create dependence and profit. Okay? That's the problem with the system. But they say, oh, without capitalism, without those capitalists running wild, you're not going to have any innovation. Not true, guys. Not true. Okay? My mother was an opera singer but became a librarian. My father was a jazz trumpet player. I don't think that myself could possibly post everything. Dude, let's go, Alf. Thank you, boss. Dude, having a jazz trumpet player for a father and an opera singer for a mom, that's like some high-level musicianship. Dude, that is high level, right? Dude. Yeah, it's fucked up, bro. Right? We have all these fucking messages, guys, that like are incorrect. All right, you ready? What do we got? Let me see what we got to cover, dude. We covered the main shit. I know I'm rambling today, dude. I'm like all over the map. All right, I want to cover two things. We got 30 minutes to do it, guys. All right, you ready? You with me for 30 more minutes? I don't know if we're going to get to Cenk Uygur today. We may not get to that till tomorrow. Or maybe we'll look at Cenk and fucking drop out Mamdani. But so, dude, that was so good with fucking, but let's look. I want to go to Amanda's page. Okay? I want to go to Amanda's page. Right? Amanda Moore. All right? Now, I don't know if you guys know who Amanda Moore is, but she's a journalist that she did a lot of like outing the Proud Boys and shit like that. She covered a lot of the white supremacist shit, okay? And she has a long history of fucking attacking right-wing, you know, like unearthing right-wing people. Now, the reason why we're looking at Amanda Moore is because she's been covering the Trump fair, okay? She has great footage about the Trump fair. If you guys don't follow Amanda Moore, I'm going to say go check her out. Also, somebody earlier was trying to put the Vipassana link in. If you guys have any interest in learning about the meditation that Buddha did, Vipassana meditation, they have retreats all over the world, 10 days. They're free. You donate afterwards. There are no talking or eye contact. They will blow your mind. But if you want to check out Vipassana meditation, I highly recommend it. It's life-changing, but prepare yourself, because if you do one of those retreats, you will get in touch with some of the darker aspects of your personality. There is no way around that. Okay? But anyway, now back to what I was talking about. All right? Dude, come for the political commentary. Stay for the therapy. Dude, I feel, guys, I feel like fucking, like politics is connected to therapy, guys. You know what I'm saying? It is. Politics is connected to, like, our therapy. You know, I think if you look at it, right, they even talk about your proclivities, right? Like if you are more anxiety-based, you're more likely to become a Democrat. If you're resentment-based and anger-based, you're more likely to become a Republican. There's like personality traits, okay? People that are anxious and want to look into their shit and fix it are more likely to be left wing. And if you blame everything on others and stay resentful and hold grudges forever, you're probably going to end up being a Republican. Most everybody who becomes a Republican somewhere has somebody wronged them and they just could not let it go. And that one wrong drives their resentment. And then they go become the party that says, yeah, we're resentful too. Let's take it out on these guys and these guys and these guys. And that's how they live. Dude, it's fucked up. It is fucked up, guys. If you, right? Dude, Trump is rage. Trump lives on rage, guys. He's all about rage, right? And Trump will never in a million years ever let go of a grudge. Okay? If he feels like you've wronged him, he will wait for 20 fucking years to get you back, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He will fucking wait forever, which is why, guys, I'm looking forward to Lauren Boebert in 2028, okay? Lauren Boebert, 2028, guys. That's going to be the thing. What is going to go on, guys? Dude, right? Because she wronged him with Epstein. He's not going to forget it. Now, she is fucking, whatever, fucking Kid Rock. So maybe she gets out of it. But, I feel like he's still going to try and primary her or get rid of her. All right? It's going to be interesting. Even though he's going to be done, he's going to try to ruin Lauren Boebert in some way, shape, or form, probably, unless she, goes above and beyond. All right, you ready? You ready, guys? Let's watch some of Amanda's stuff, okay? Because this is crazy, okay? Watch this. First off, we have the fucking Trump Arch, okay? So she went in and gave us a look at the Trump Arch, guys. You ready? Wait till you see these buildings, guys. I'm telling you, the Trump Fair, you hear me out on this. There was a commission, okay? A bipartisan commission called America 250 that had a huge budget, guys. And it was supposed to make this big, American spectacular. Trump came in and created his own thing called Freedom 250. And then a bunch of money, I think, got diverted into Trump shit. But I think they made this fair for no money. I think that they overcharged and had all his cronies or whatever building cheap shit for no money, but paying 50x what they're supposed to, where this fair is made for $2 and all the rest of that money is just poof, gone. I mean, I think they laundered the money out of it, but let's look at some of this. So there's the arch. It's made of plywood. But look at this shit. Look at how poorly this thing is made. The finishes are so cheap and shitty. The shit is just wrapped over it. You see that? Dude, it's got plywood with just some canvas stretched over it. Okay? But all of it is the worst craftsmanship possible. And then this is crazy too, because if you look, it's the pieces don't even touch the ground. Now remember this when we see the other buildings where the booths are, because this is another thing where all of this shit was made super shoddy, super fast, super cheap. And it's where'd the rest of that money go? Look at that, dude. It's just garbage. garbage. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? Okay, guys. So we remodeled a house here. Okay? We remodeled a house here and we gutted it down to the studs. I moved some walls around. Okay? So if you were to go inside some of the bathroom walls, you might see some 2x4s that are in there that are a little bent and quirky because I did it, because I framed that wall out. But then I hired professionals to do drywall and the finishing so the house looks amazing. Because if I drywalled or finished my molding, it would look like this. Although Jenny and I did our window and door trim, we did that trim, but we worked hard on that. And we did a lot of research and we took an entire year to trim out the house. And so it does look good, but we did it a little at a time. And we did it after we remodeled the whole house. But like, dude, this shit is crazy. These guys, the whole fair is like cheap like this. It's wild, dude. It is wild. And guys, this is why the reflecting pool is fucked up. Right? Did the liberals come and gash this too? I don't think so. All right. Is hollow? Dude, so, I mean, for me, this shit is like unforgivable, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I get whatever, it's a fair, but like, bro, this is just so, right? I mean, I wouldn't put something out like this. If I was getting married and I had somebody build me a triumphal arch for me and my wife to get married under and it looked like this shit, I would be like, fuck you, boss. You know, I wouldn't let something like this be set up. This is the American 250, right? This is that shit. Oh, you're telling me you love America? You have pride in America? No, you don't. You don't give a shit about America because you're celebrating their 250-year anniversary with like a fucking turd with lipstick on it, right? You put lipstick on a fucking human shit. Dude, so bad. Dude. All right, so again, the shit is not fucking great. Now, here's where it gets crazy. Here's the sign, dude, right? Because there was severe weather, and so they had to shut it down. It was like a ball game. Bad weather came in, they shut it down, they had everybody leave. Well, look at the sign. The Great American State Fair event postponed. Due to severe weather, this event is postponed. Go to Freedom 250 social media for more updates. Freedom has 3 E's, guys. 3 E's. Free Edom. 250. Please proceed to the nearest exit. Like, yo, dude. Like, nobody. I mean, again, nobody proofread it. Okay? There's no domain. It just says go to Freedom 250 social media. But the point is that they don't check their work, right? They don't check their work. Incompetent people made it who don't care about this shit. Nobody's checking their work, okay? And it's a consistent problem with these guys, okay? It is a consistent problem. Now, here's the other thing that is wild is this. Okay, this is where we look at the buildings. Okay, now here's where it's going to get wacky. Okay, because now we're looking at the buildings that were, again, these are where the booths are. the building that had the Confederate flag. Look at these buildings, okay? Watch this shit. Watch this. Look at this. It's like stapled exteriors.
I don't want to touch it because you know how they feel about touching things around here.
Right? But you ready for this? Look at that. Shit's poking through.
Quality.
Stretched on.
Quality craftsmanship. America. American workers.
Right? Isn't that wild? Dude, there's another one, though, that's really good. Let me find the other one. Oh, yeah. Where the bottoms, the column bottoms are all like, what the fuck is going on with this, bro? Look at this shit. They're like, why does the column not go down to the ground? Okay, and why is this column and this column at a different height from the ground? Right? Like, dude, they built this shit with no attention to detail, no caring in the presentation whatsoever. It is just made cheaply, quickly, like, right? It's like fucking shit. And why? Because I think they made it really cheap, and yet all the money is gone, guys. Okay? Look at those columns, dude. Bro, what the hell? Right? Isn't that crazy? These people decided to cover them up with planters because it was so fucking ugly. Now, here's where it gets crazy. Watch this. Watch this, okay? Because you see the planters. Watch what you're about to see with these ornate fucking carvings. You ready? Look at this. Watch this. Oh my God. Dude. It's not real. Okay? It's not real. This is literally just a flat wall that is like drawn to look shaded. Okay? A flat wall that makes it look like an ornate indentation. It's just wrapped with fake stretch shit that is fucking stapled to the plywood, and then they attach some columns on the front. It's like one of those chalk drawings or whatever on a sidewalk where the dog comes up and is like, whoa, there's a hole in the ground. It's like, no, they just painted it that way. Dude. Dude, isn't that crazy? And yes, she potentially could go to jail. She could be charged with a federal crime for, you know, whatever, upsetting a government statue. Right? Isn't that wild? Dude, that's so crazy. And again, this is America's 250, but like, dude, it's made to just be dog shit. Okay? And what's wild about this, guys, is I have a theater background. Okay? I don't know if you guys have a theater background or if you've ever done anything like that or movie sets, but I have a theater background. Okay? And I've done movie set work. And like the carpentry, like attention to detail on those sets and shit is like, you care about it. And in what's crazy about theater is the audience is going to be 50 feet away and you still make it so it looks presentable and nice. And I mean, they made this shit where people are going to be standing next to it. And somebody may be like, oh, I want to sit in this nice little enclave on this building. And it's like, whoa, I can't sit there because it's not even an enclave. It's a fucking, it's a drawing on a piece of canvas that has been stapled to a shitty bit of plywood, bro. Dude, isn't that like, wow. Yes, dude, set designers are craftsmen. And the people who made this, like, I think maybe Kai Trump and her fucking college girlfriends had, you know, they had a bunch of Cosmos and they fucking made this shit. Dude, or the pool guy made it. Isn't that wild? All right, here we go. Right now they're fucking, they're having to pause the fair.
Your attention, please. Due to approaching severe weather, we are temporarily pausing the event. For your safety, please proceed to the nearest exit immediately. Take shelter in your vehicle or a nearby permanent building. Please follow the instructions of event staff and law enforcement as you exit. The Freedom 250 social media platforms will provide updates. Attendees can return to the fairgrounds as soon as it is safe to do so.
Hold on, I want to go back though. Look at these buildings, dude. Look at the people walking by the buildings.
The Freedom 250 social media platforms will provide updates. Attendees can return to the fairgrounds as soon as it is safe to do so. Thank you.
Dude, isn't that wild?
Your attention.
Dude, what? Oh my God, bro. Isn't that crazy? Like, what a sad fucking thing, guys. Now, you know, what's wild about this is like, I feel like they could have addressed this. There could have been a tent, right? Like a Cirque du Soleil style. I mean, they're obviously the weather in late June, July. It's not a surprise what the weather's like in DC. There's baseball stadiums there. They have baseball games. But again, there's no like preparedness. It was like this thing was made by incompetent people with no, you know, no idea on what the experience would be like for the guests. You know, it's like a typical Trump rally. He has a rally in Arizona outside 105 degrees and there's no water, right? No shade because they don't care. They don't give a fuck. They're not there for you. They're there for you to fucking, they're there to monetize your ass. Isn't that wild? Dude, that shit is wild. Okay? But look at what it says. It says 76 degrees, light rain for the next hour. And it says fucking due to inclement weather that they're postponing it and seeking shelter. But like, did it need to be? I think though, it's really, I mean, the implication here is that they canceled it because nobody was there. And so they're like, yeah, we're not going to keep this thing running if there's like 100 people here and we haven't taken any steps to make this thing accommodate the weather, right? It never occurred to them. Oh, what if it rains, right? Yep. Dude. So yeah, they like Trump definitely laundered some money, boss. Without a doubt. This is wild, bro. Freedom. Look at that. Go to Freedom 250. The good old Freedom. Right? Fair is closed. Dude, those columns, though, crack me up. All right. Dude, here's when they were like painting the reflecting pool. Dude, what the fuck? Look at this guy. He says, I'm here and can confirm, right? It's completely empty, but at least they hung an Israeli flag. Dude, it does look like it's some, right? David's tent. Yeah, all right. Dude, I mean, it's not a random flag because it is the fucking religious tent, but they have both flags represented. Right? There it is. Davis. There's an evangelical Christian tent on the mall called David's Tent. It's been up there since 2015. Oh my God. It's a non-denominational group started by an evangelical 24 hours a day, 3-person team that hands out Bibles at the David's Tent. Oh my God. 24/7, guys. Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? But they've got a... Dude, how do you have an evangelical Christian like tent with the Israeli flag? I mean, and nothing against Israel and like the Jewish religion, but like, dude, in Christianity, you can only gain entrance to heaven via like belief in Jesus. And the Jewish people don't believe Jesus was the Son of God. So there's like a, you know, it's a weird schism to me that like, I mean, I get it. I think the evangelicals befriend the Jewish people because they want the Jewish people to think they're their ally so they can get that Armageddon going in the Middle East. And then they can turn their back on them and the rapture is going to happen. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, it's like even the Zionist Christians, they're lying. They don't really support Israel. They just support Israel so long as it sets off Armageddon and creates the rapture. They're lying to Israel, the Christian Zionists. They are lying. They do not actually support Jewish people at all. They're using them to trigger the rapture by saying, I'm your buddy, right? Now go make sure Jesus comes back, okay? Dude, it's so toxic. It is so toxic. You know what I'm saying? It's really toxic, that relationship, that evangelical Christian or evangelical Jewish relationship it's not real, okay? It's not real, boss. Dude, the Freedom 250 postponed due to rapture. Yeah, here's our acrobats. So these are the people that the MAGA guy was jerking it to, guys. Dude, that's so sad that the MAGA guy was jerking it to them. All right. So there we go. That's our fucking thing. All right. Dude, our country has weak mental health services. We do, guys. We do. All right, let's look at Cenk and AOC, guys. I feel like we're gonna do the Cenk AOC. Okay, we're gonna do Cenk AOC right here, and then we'll get to Mamdani tomorrow. But look at this shit, guys. Okay, this is Cenk Uygur. This is like phase 2, guys. Okay, because let me tell you, there are some coalitions forming in the Democratic Party. Okay, I believe, I could be wrong on this, but there are some people that are like connected to the central political structure, right? Fucking John Ossoff, AOC, okay? Right? They are right. You have Zora Mamdani in New York, right? I feel like Kathy Hochul is sort of in this thing. We have the new DSA people coming up. There certainly is the squad. Okay, then you would have Abdul Al-Sayed if he wins and Graham Plattner. There are people that are connected but there are various like levels and they're like integrated in weird ways. Like AOC is definitely progressive, but she is no longer DSA, even though she has DSA roots and is certainly DSA aligned. But she has now moved into the mainstream and maybe presidential run down the road or what have you, or senator, right? So you have AOC that's kind of rising up into the power structure. I feel like Jon Ossoff is there too, okay, where Jon Ossoff is a senator and he's still taking AIPAC money, but he's not like being an AIPAC candidate. And he is, for the time being at least, mouthing a lot of the right things. Now, if there's enough, the rubber's going to hit the road, guys, when we have enough people to shut off the spigot, okay? And hear me out on this, all right? Because it's a shell game, okay? Some of it is. Because, like, much of America, and certainly the progressives, they want to cut off the funding to the Middle East wars, okay? The Israel fucking attack funds. However, there's a game here, because while there's enough votes to continue that money flowing, there are going to be people who are saying, I'm against that money. And they're going to be the no votes, but like their no votes aren't really impacting it because there are so many yes votes. However, at some point, there's going to be enough no votes in Congress that they're going to be able to turn the spigot off. Okay? Now, the question will be, what will people do when that amount of, right? Where will people stand when that happens? Okay? You know what I'm saying? And so there is like a lot of shit going on here. Okay? And yes, I think AOC, okay? I think AOC is probably like I don't know that she's necessarily the endorser right now, okay? Because like she's, I don't know, she's bigger than that. The endorsements, I feel like Mamdani is a really great endorser, okay? Because he is fucking like not in the loop, okay? He is like in a huge power position, but he's not like inside Congress. You know what I mean? And so like there are a lot of plays here, okay? AOC, I think at some point, you know, I don't think it's AOC's job necessarily to endorse, okay? I think that's what I think. I think she's in a different role now. She's definitely moving into like, you know, other regions of politicking, okay? Where AOC is like, how would I describe that? I'm trying to think of the message where like AOC was an endorser and a pull people into the coalition, but now AOC is like the member of the coalition that is going into the mainstream, okay? So now what she's got to do is as she does that, she has to like no longer be the fringe person, okay? Because once you get in there, you like, once you're into that sort of establishment nook, if you now grab the fringe, you lose your establishment power, okay? So what happens is AOC becomes the establishment progressive. The other people are going to become the fringe elevators, okay? But again, you need all the pieces, okay? You need all the pieces. You know, you can't, it's like, you can't not, like the rabble rousers and the establishment connected people can be working together, right? But they are, I think they have different roles. You say AOC is a promise to America grifter. I don't believe that. I don't believe that AOC is a grifter. I don't believe that she is a grifter. I think AOC wants to be president, and I think in order to be president, you have to be able to function in every corner of the coalition, okay? And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's look at Bernie, for example, okay? Bernie is like a barn burner when he is out there getting the voters excited and having his rally and stirring up the young people and stirring up the ideology, right? But Bernie he's not good at having a coalition inside Congress, okay? He doesn't have any real allies in Congress. Bernie's a guy who makes the ideological, I won't vote for this because I'm fighting for a bigger ideal. And that, more than anything, is why Bernie couldn't be president, because the establishment worked against Bernie to thwart him because he was not connected to it at all, right? Now, AOC, I think, saw what happened to Bernie, and she realized, if I want to be president, I have to have enough of the establishment in my pocket to where they're not going to crush me. But she also knows she needs a whole bunch of other allies. So that's what I think of AOC. I think she wants to be Bernie, but she knows how to actually get there. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But again, they're different roles, guys. You got to have different roles, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, for example, you ready? Let me give you an example here, okay? I am a rule breaker. I am first guy through the wall. I don't plan out my shit. I just make the big moves and then I follow up, okay? And I am a rabble rouser. I am an instigator. I am a catalyst, okay? That's me. Now, my girlfriend is a play by the rules person who is like thoughtful and careful and considers the moves and gathers all information before making a decision. The two of us are like an amazing fucking team together, okay? Because I will break the rules, but she will rein me in. We interface in two different ways. People that I would offend, my girlfriend can win over, okay? And these are like the roles of, like, if you want to establish progressivism in the government, you can't all be like the people burning the barn, okay? You need to have people that can interface with the establishment. You need people that can shake the fucking timbers. You need people that can like smooth it over after people are hurt. Like, you need a whole fucking like melange of different personalities. Okay. Right? Yeah. Not all gas, not all brakes. Now I think here's one of the things that I've said before. I've said this many times before, that my personal experience is you can't infiltrate a power structure without having somebody that is integrated into it. Okay? That's true. You have to have somebody that is integrated in the power structure somewhere, some way, shape, or form, in order to fracture it. Okay? You can't just throw stones at it from the outside. You know what I mean? I mean, think about this, guys. If you ready? Hear me out. If you're trying to, like, you know how they fucking demolish buildings? It would be real hard to demolish a building, guys, if you could only put explosives around the outside. You would not bring down a building. right? You need to get in the building and you need to get into the inner working areas where that framework is, where that inner skeleton is, in order to fucking collapse a building. It's the same in politics, okay? Do you need outsiders that are instigators, catalysts, rabble-rousers? Absolutely. But you also need people that are in your coalition that are inside with their hands on that internal structure, okay? You can't do it without that. And so I think AOC is internal structure. And my guess, like looking at the way the alliances are, I feel like 𝗙𝗽𝗃 is they're obviously aligning with 𝗙𝗽𝗃. And so I think I've found that to be the really interesting, like that caught me by surprise, actually, right? Because there is a weird DSA, AOC, 𝗙𝗽𝗃 where they've essentially said they're protecting him, but the new incomers, the new incoming people are like, I won't support him. But the deep level, high level kingmaker people are supporting him, which means he's protected for now. So something's going on, guys, where I think there is like an actual democratic takeover in progress. Okay, I do. I think it's in progress, guys. I think it's in progress, but not like a Trumpy style. I think there's a long game. I think there's a 12 or 16 year thing happening right now, and the DSA is definitely involved, and it's because of the DSA, all their local shit. They're local, like they're putting people on commissions and mayors and like they're really going at the local game, which is really interesting, you know? So I don't know. But anyway, Cenk's coming in here and he's going after AOC, right? And here's his attack. He says, AOC hasn't endorsed a challenger to an incumbent Democrat in the last 2 election cycles, and she is enthusiastically supporting 𝗙𝗽𝗃 for Speaker if Dems win the House. When people were working so hard to get her elected, this is the exact opposite of what we were hoping for, okay? The outsiders who beat incumbents like AOC did were supposed to open the gates behind them for other challengers to storm the castle. She's now trying to glue the doors shut and help the establishment figures. Maybe that plays well in DC, but not out here in the populous woods. But like, dude, what the fuck is he talking about? Dude, you know what I mean? Like, dude, what did he hope? What was he hoping for? I mean, she's literally in like being considered a possible presidential candidate. So to have your congressperson be somebody who's in the discussion for president and actually has a significant amount of support for that is fucking insane, bro. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. And now Mamdani's in there in New York, and now there's a whole coalition in New York, people. And AOC is definitely aligned with them, and Bernie is aligned with them, and Ro Khanna is aligned with them. Everybody that Cenk like is connected to, that supposedly Cenk likes or is important, is aligned. But like AOC's like at the top now, dude. She's like up there at the top. And what is this guy doing? What did this line? The exact opposite of what we were hoping for. What was he hoping for? That she would vote for Tucker Carlson? You know what I'm saying? That she would vote for MTG? Like, what is Cenk's like wish here? Because I did reply to this. Okay, I did reply to this, guys. And here's what my reply was. Let me show you what my reply was. Okay, but my reply to Cenk was was this. Was that where are you? Dude. What the fuck, bro? Whoa. Dude. Where the fuck is my reply, boss? Bro, dude, I feel like my fucking Twitter shit is fucking disappearing here, boss. Oh, all right. I didn't reply. Sorry. No, you know what it was? I quote tweeted. Dude, see? There you go. Me getting all paranoid. Dude, I quote tweeted it. That's what I did. That's why. Because sometimes I quote tweet and sometimes I reply. And I admit, guys, no, they didn't pull my reply. I'm a little scattered because I am so ADD. And I'm literally on Twitter and editing on Twitter like all day long. In fact, my Twitter usage is like too much. But here's what I said. I said she won her district with 87% of the vote and is firmly aligned with the progressive coalition that is forming in Congress. Okay, Cenk is mad because he got 6% of the vote and AOC won't come on the progressive show that is constantly like fucking boosting Tucker and MTG, dude. Right? Dude, it is like, dude, this is so true. Cenk's got that like vendetta for AOC. And what's more is I think he's still trying to like position himself as like the outsider. But dude, Cenk 𝗙𝗟 is paid off, guys. Cenk 𝗙𝗟 has taken money from Hillary Clinton's people, from Peter Thiel's people. There's like some money from Qatar. I mean, dude, Cenk 𝗙𝗟 has fucking taken money like from everybody. Okay? Use Blue Sky. I don't like Blue Sky. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, guys. You're welcome to use Blue Sky. I have Blue Sky, but I don't enjoy it. It's like, and what's more is Jack, the guy who created Blue Sky, he's the reason why Twitter is owned by Elon. So fuck Blue Sky. Okay? Jack literally wanted to do Blue Sky, but he couldn't. So he had to get Twitter sold, and he helped get Elon to buy Twitter knowing that a whole bunch of people would leave and he could start his other project. So I'm going to stay on Twitter because I like Twitter, and I don't like that Jack fucking fucked us all just so he could start Blue Sky and try the next evolution of that style of social media. All right? So that's me. Fuck you, Jack. And I don't like it. I like the algorithm. I know Twitter's is addictive and ragey and it's filled with negativity now, but I'm not going anywhere, boss. I like Twitter and I'm here to fight the negative shit. But yeah, dude, Cenk is a whore. That is not wrong, dude, Cenk. But so this though, guys, you ready? This is this is sort of like Cenk's game, okay? This is Cenk's game of like, how do I say this? Okay, so we know that Cenk is broken. Okay, we know that Cenk Uygur doesn't have any real political power. Okay, Cenk Uygur was a Mamdani at one point, guys. Okay, when TYT was blowing up and Cenk was like going onto the Bernie thing, and he was the forefront of like picking up all these progressives and giving them jobs and expanding TYT. There was a time when Cenk Uygur was a kingmaker. I know it's generous because he wasn't actually, but he had that kind of clout, okay? He had that kind of clout in the commentary world. But then he fucking got booted. He lost MSNBC, and that gave him this indie cred of like, well, I'm not the mainstream, okay? But here's the problem. He stayed resentful about MSNBC, and he tried to control everybody and be the top dog, and he ended up running his shit into the ground, okay? Because if Cenk Uygur had just become a background figure and had let Kyle and Fran and Emma and John and all of those other people be the commentators, he could have built a Midas touch-like empire and had this thing that was super clouded. If he had not been resentful about MSNBC and had maintained those connections, he could still be an insider and be ruffling the feathers. But he tried to hold it all, held on to his resentments against everybody, and he's burned his shit to the ground. Okay, so now he's trying to position himself as some kind of an outlaw, which means like the people above him are sellouts and the people below him need help, but he's not the guy to help. He's going to be busy, like, you know, polishing the knobs of every right-wing figure and trying to expand his audience back into his Republican roots, okay? And so that's like why he's now, you know, him and Anna both are like, they're just fucking, I don't know, dude. They're basically attacking everyone except, like, you know, you ready for this? You ready? They've become centrists. They really have. They have become centrists, but a different kind of centrist. They're not centrist Dems. They're centrist populists who abhor the far left and abhor the far right, but they also don't like the centrist Dems and they don't like the Republicans, but, well, they'll commune with Tucker Carlson and MTG and every misfit. But they have become like the centrists where they don't stand for anything, okay? And they are simply trying to grasp for power. That's what I mean. They're not centrist, but they've become like that, where they take money from anyone. Okay, Cenk Uygur will say, I want to get money out of politics. But, dude, who won't this guy take money from? He's taking money from Hillary's people, from Qatar, from Polymarket, from fucking J.D. Vance's other investment. He's taking money from Andrew Yang, right? The fucking Noble Mobile. Like, dude, this guy, any political spectrum person could come in and throw him some money, and Cenk Uygur will bend over and take it right up the wazoo for him. And he'll add them to his little platform. J.D. Vance isn't so bad because, the check cleared. Right? This guy's climbing into a chair with fucking, you know, what's his name, dude? The Texas doctor, Dr. Phil. Jesus Christ. Bro, you know, it's like, what the fuck, dude? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're not wrong, right? The person they're saying to get it wrong so many times and have so much attitude, delusional ego, right? And yeah, it's wild because now, right? Now, like, he's trying to be the outsider. Like, that's just it. Like, he's sort of trashing AOC. He you know, I'm sure he's like being critical of Bernie. He's not going to be critical of Roe, right? Because Roe still comes on his show. But I think the fact that AOC won't like go on his show, he's just not able to let it go. Dude, isn't that crazy? What a fucking tool. But guys, we have to watch these fuckers. We do. We have to watch these guys. These guys are Anna and Cenk. We have to keep them on a very short leash. Dr. Phil can suck it. I think Dr. Phil probably does suck it, boss. I would not be surprised if Dr. Phil is sucking it in a back room somewhere. Yeah, dude, Roe has some presidential aspirations. You know, he does. He definitely does, dude. He absolutely has some aspirations. You can see it. And Roe will go. Guys, I don't think there's anything wrong with going on shows. Okay? I think though, I think at some point though, with TYT, you have to be careful of, you have to watch your brand. You know what I'm saying? You have to watch your brand. Dude, Jimmy Dore is a right winger. Okay? Jimmy Dore is right wing. Okay? He is. I know he like labels himself like he's somewhere in the middle, but no, he's a right winger. If you look at him, Jimmy Dore is a fucking right winger, but he's like that ShoeOnHead kind of right winger, where he's like toxic and fucking, you know, manipulative, right? Where I mean, but like Cenk Uygur's a right winger, okay? Cenk Uygur's a right winger. 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗵 is now a right winger. They are like the Glenn Greenwald is in there too. He's a little suspicious. They're like the people where you can't really get a beat on them because they're trying to build an audience from both sides. And they're contrarians is a great way of putting it, where they will attack anybody as long as there's a cash register attached to it. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, guys, if you are a straight up contrarian that attacks even your own progressive people, you're a right winger, okay? And like they're you know, it's like the Promise to America people, they're all right wingers. They're not Democrats. And I mean, they're all in Republican districts too. What do you think about CBDC, digital currency? It's going to happen no matter what, but what do you think people can do to combat it? I don't know anything about it, Mariah. I don't know what CBDC is, right? Right? You know, it's your bedtime. Well, Lydia, you're welcome. And guys, my time is up, actually. So I can't really go over 4 hours. And normally I like to go 3, but we did 4. I don't know what CBDC is. I do not. Isn't that crazy? Right? Central bank digital currency. Yeah, I've not really been following a lot of the digital currency, guys. You know, I just don't follow it. I'm more of a human rights guy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not super into the financial shit. I have a crypto portfolio that's worth less than half what it was before Trump took office. Thank you, fucking Trumpy. Dude, all the crypto bros that said, dude, we're voting for Trump. He's going to be the crypto president. It's like, yeah. Yeah, he's going to be the fucking Jack Crypto, and then everybody sells off, and now we're all fucked, president. Thank you. Right? They pay via QR code. Let's go. All right. Dude, let's go. I don't know. I don't know about that, but I'll look into it. But right now, dude, we got a dance party that everybody selected. But you know what I will do? I will say this to Mariel. Discord. There's a Discord link down in the in the description, and we have a Discord where you can post shit. If you have information about that you want me to research, post it in there, okay? And I'll check it out. We'll get to it eventually. We have space for all things. I'm always looking to expand my knowledge, but mostly I focus on human rights and making fun of people. That's mostly my realm. I'm here to notice that Trump has a horse face and make jokes about that. I know it's terrible. It's lowbrow. But dude, all right. You ready? Let's go. Dude, I will say this though. You ready? Digital currency, guys, in particular. I know they say, blockchain, but crypto, money laundering, drug trade, illegal weapon sales, sex trafficking, moving money to fucking people that have been sanctioned. Okay? Crypto is you know what I'm saying? It's a little fucked up, guys. It has good things, but it's also it's benefiting a lot of dirty business, right? I bought crypto. Yeah, it was during the pandemic, right? During the pandemic, I bought a bunch of crypto because everyone was buying crypto. And then I didn't sell it when I should have sold it. And because I thought it was going to keep going up. And essentially, it's not continually going up because all of the early people keep cashing out as soon as it goes up, right? And you still bought it? Yeah, why not? Right? What's your deal? Right? You got an issue? Say what you really want to say there, fucknuts. And you still bought crypto? Do you have a point? What is your point? I still bought crypto, ... Yeah, right? Don't be cryptic. If you got something to say, be man enough to say it. You know what I'm saying? Right? If you got something to say, be man enough to say it. We don't do that roundabout shit here. And you still want crypto? Dude, don't be a fucking idiot. You got something to say, spit it out. Right? Let's go. Dude, I'm serious. I don't like people that talk cryptically like that. We're about we're men around these parts. We're men and women and trans men and women and non-binary people where when we have something to say, we say it clearly so we can be understood. Let's go. Dude, it is time to dance. Oh shit. Dude, they get all quiet. when you turn the light on them, they get all quiet. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, isn't that funny? They get all quiet when you turn the light on. Dude, you put the light on them and they're like, no, I can't hear you. Wait, what is that? There's a lawnmower outside. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I will say this, though. The reason why I invested in crypto is because I don't like the stock market, because Wall Street was the slave trading market of, New York City. And so I don't own any stocks, not one. I don't have a 401k. I have $0 in the American stock market. I have like one share of some insurance company that I get like $7 checks every 3 months in dividends because that was tied to a life insurance policy that my parents got me or took out on me when I was younger because I was a little daredevil. So I have zero stock investments, and I don't know if I'm ever going to have stock investments because I don't like what the stock market stands for. So I did I did buy a little bit of crypto because I was a famous gamer at the time, and it was I had never invested before. And so I thought I would invest, and I invested in some of the, live peer and some of the weirder shit that was, this metaverse-y sort of stuff that then the pandemic ended. We didn't know how long it was going to take. And then all that shit sort of crashed. And, my Bitcoin was sort of supporting it. But the problem, guys, is the problem with crypto is the early birds. Okay? Like crypto now, everybody's using it. But there are people who created this shit and who have so much invested in the takeoff of this that they're just always going to sell off. Like every time crypto goes up, they're going to sell it off and bring it back down again. And they're going to do that until they're all billionaires, So I didn't know that at first. I mean, I'm learning as I go because like I said, I don't, just think about all the people who bought NFTs. Oh my God. I knew a bunch of people who were spending thousands of dollars on NFTs, dude. And they fucking got jacked, right? They did, dude. And I wasn't that stupid, right? I was not purchasing NFTs. but I will at some point. The next time my crypto goes into a positive, I'm gonna sell it off and I'm gonna get rid of it. But here's what I will say though, is I'm a little thankful that I bought crypto. And here's why. Okay, you ready? 1 minute story, and then I'm gonna go out. But I think this story's valuable. But so I got famous playing Fortnite in 2021. All right. I started playing Fortnite and streaming in 2019. And then I got famous and I made a lot of money, like really, really fast. And we were, more than $100,000 in debt from remodeling this house and from me not working for 3 years while I tried to start a film career. And so I paid off all our debts and the house is paid off and we got in the clear and we took some really nice vacations. And then, I bought a brand new car and I did all this shit. And then I had this money that I then sank into crypto. And then it doubled and I thought it was going to keep going up. So I bought more and then it all crashed. However, then I quit gaming after the Andrew Tate thing. And then I spent 2 years of having no income. And while I lived on credit cards and stopped and started to get this channel going. But here's the rub, guys. If I hadn't have bought that crypto, all of that money would be gone. I wouldn't have any money. I would have lived on that money and that money would be gone. But because that money was in crypto, right? You know what I'm saying? All right, this guy, I don't know what his deal is, but he can fuck off. But all that money that I had in crypto, if I hadn't bought the crypto, right? If I hadn't bought the crypto, I would have spent that money. And without that money, I had to figure out how to survive those couple of years in the desert. And now eventually it's going to get in positive and I'm going to sell it and get my money back. So I don't know. It's weird. It was like a weird thing that was like fucked up, but it also is saved me a chunk of money that eventually I'm going to get that money out and it became untouchable because of the loss, right? Isn't that amazing? Like, I love that, guys. I love when even the things you sort of regret right? Even when the things you sort of regret come back and fucking like, you know, work out in your favor, sort of, provided it ever comes back up. And I think with Bitcoin, I think, we'll see if Trump does it, but you may remember he was going to supposedly buy a big national like Bitcoin supply. And if he does, okay, if he buys that Bitcoin supply, he was going to buy Bitcoin and XRP. If he does that, I think I will sell it right after that happens, right? I want to get out. I'm nervous that it's going to like crash. I don't know. I don't know a lot about crypto, guys. You know what I'm saying? I honestly don't. If Trump buys that, it's a scheme. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure it is. It's to drive up the price so then they can all sell it out, guys. You know what I mean? BTC will crash if we get a blue wave. Dude, it's already crashed, right? I mean, that's what Trump is going to do. He's going to, if the U.S. government, they're going to buy a whole bunch of Bitcoin, they're going to buy a whole bunch of XRP, and it's going to have those things go sky high, and then everybody's going to get in there and start buying it, and then they're going to sell it all off, and they're going to fucking tank it, right? I mean, dude, yeah, but I'm going to get out. I'm just going to get out and take my wallet and be gone. Let's go. All right, you ready? You ready for some dance? Sick of his manipulation. Yeah, I know, Kim. We all are. We all are, guys. Just hang together. All right? Hang together, guys. We're gonna survive this. Okay? And I think we're gonna come off better than ever, dude. I really do. I really do, guys. Don't be afraid. All right? Dude, let's go back to that Mom Donnie quote. Okay? You ready? You ready? With that Mom Donnie quote, guys, okay? It was the Jalen Brunson quote, okay? It's okay to think about the worst possible outcome, but you gotta go out there and do something about it, right? I'm paraphrasing, but that's a good quote, guys, that like, it's okay to think about like the worst possible thing that may be awaiting us. But we do have to we do have to go out there and do something about it, right? So just make sure you're doing that, okay? Don't just doom scroll. You can doom, and you can feel like, wow, this is going to be the worst thing ever. But make sure you're out there doing something about it in your family, your friend group, in your neighborhood. In your workplace, at the DSA, at your dem office, whatever it is, whether you're phone banking, whether you're fucking like doing the Zoom calls, right? It's a good quote, guys. All right. Is that the quote? That's a good quote too. All right, you ready? Let's go. It's time to dance now. Let's get it. Up. Here we go. Little deja vu. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna cut a rug. Here we go. Then I'm gonna make some videos. Thank you. Let's go. Wait. Hold on. I have to reset, guys, because I forgot something here. Oh, there we go. Dude, it was, I looked over and it was so bright. Dude, it was too bright for dancing. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. You ready? Let's go. Come on, baby. so winded. What do we got? Dude, we have like Urine Blue on repeat. Dude, thank you guys. All right, hold on. Bro, I'm so out of breath. Dude, that's like a workout, dude. Anyway, there's a saying, dance like nobody's watching. And guys, I swear to you, there's value in that. Even if you just do it at home, like there is a, I don't know, an otherworldly thing to like dancing like nobody's watching, to like allowing yourself to have that much freedom. And it's good for the soul. And right now, dude, I don't know about you, but like my soul needs a lot of like soulness. All right. you know what I'm saying? Like every day I wake up and I just feel like we're being bombarded and they're trying to overload us to the point of where we will stop like attacking back and like don't stop. I can't stop, won't stop, and they're flooding the zone, and it's like flood it. I'm a fucking addict. Bring it on, dude. Flood that shit. I am not afraid. In the meantime, though, take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, take care of your head. Okay? Stay nimble, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right, thank you for making it so I don't have to go through this alone. In the meantime, stay radiant. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure